constant compliments.
I don't want to.
They're like super oily, and they're like, "You're such a nice person."
That is like really mixed signals there.
It's gonna be a hard pass for me.
All right, so we're officially back to being live. Hey, Mayor, recap last session that you did stuff. You're first on the chopping block there.
Well, last session, at the beginning, Cayenne didn't really get into too much. Siblings were all at the house. And then Cayenne decided to go her separate ways to the information broker, who her intentions were to sacrifice something of hers that was a lot more personal to get information, but the information broker threw a complete curveball and basically asked to be taken on a date.
And it wasn't like a, you're going to take me on a date kind of date. It was like, hey, let's go
just
as
hang
friends.
out. So the information broker switched forms into a more black, it was more of an, was it obsidian black or more onyx black? Because you said it was a tiefling satyr.
It was a tiefling satyr, and it was more of a obsidian.
Okay.
So the horns basically furled back like shards of obsidian.
But yes, the information broker changed their form from that of a beholder into a tiefling satyr, and also very respectfully changed Cayenne's attire to something that was more comfortable to her needs, and also showed her status within her, basically her kind's guidelines.
So essentially, Cayenne finally got to see a glimpse of what she would look like as. Sweet for her.
It was.
I blame Tom for this.
Everything is always my fault. So,
Keep going.
Cayenne spent the day being shown around town with the information broker. Went to different shops, took looks around, ended up going to this very fancy restaurant that had interesting food from the Feywild.
It wasn't just food from like the Feywild, it was food from like many different planes.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it was pulled from the Feywild, and Zoroarkeen actually caught on it's run by druids.
I got a recommendation for a dish to where all of the ingredients, flavors, the fruits and vegetables, the flavors were different depending on how you ate them.
And then you can combine them with other ones and get different effects and so forth.
Mm-hmm. The biggest thing was, more or less, it was a more confused sort of sensation that Cayenne felt when the information broker, who was now introduced as Lomion, because no name was given, so Cayenne just came up with one, basically gave his very loud appreciation to the chef, which terrified them.
Yeah, it's like it was a Thor level of excitement regarding the food and the drink and how happy they were to experience such a grace of things.
And then after that, we went to Left's, which then turned into Left trying to play matchmaker.
Oh.
And Clue wanted to wrangle Left back in, but knowing she did not have the capability to do so. It was a very interesting night. Even went to the Druid Circles, which was like watching a child in a candy store. He was like hopping from flower to flower. And then I was brought three really bright, just sunny flowers that were brought from the Feywilds that thrive on positivity and love. So when you tell them they're beautiful, they actually turn to you and respond to that. So Cayenne, she kept one for herself. She gave one to Sunny. And then the first one she gave away was to Lomion, the information broker.
You also spent time with Aloof, Osling, and
Coin.
no, other Munchkin,
Sunny.
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 And the comment that Osling presented made you basically squeal like a
yeah.
kitten about Sunny.
Yes.
About her being 10 times sweeter than the cupcake.
Yes. Oh my god. It was. The ladies were making their way toward the upper crest because that. And then Cayenne was making her way to the lower. That was when Cayenne had the bright idea to stop by some kind of sweets place. Any place that Sunny noticed she wanted to go into. She wanted to stop there and get snacks.
And you end up getting cupcakes. One was bigger than like almost Sunny herself.
It was a cupcake with a cookie in it.
Yeah, the cookie cakes.
Which then she started to get emotional and cry because then we found out the depressing bit of her fucking history.
It never stops with her.
No, it doesn't. And now I'm like,
Hit list.
anything that I hear from Osling about her past, I'm just gonna be blood boiling. I see red and I see smoke, and who's dying next? But after all of that was said and done, Lomion very respectfully took me back to the house.
And bid you a fair night.
Mm-hmm.
Mongo, what shenanigans did you get up to?
Oh, nothing much. Scav fucked up. Mongo's not entirely sure what the fuck he did, but it kind of seemed like he was fucking dying, and begged, pleaded to get him to the fucking temple. Mongo originally thought, it's like, alright, fine, we'll start to go, and no rush at all. Then he noticed, oh fuck, Scav's dying. So him and Feisty got Scav to the temple, got a little lost. Thankfully a Grey Cloak helped out.
Imagine if you never found the temple and Scaver just died in your arms.
Oh fuck. That would have sucked. But yeah, took a little trip to the temple. Scav went swimming in a pool and immediately made it boil. So just like all the signs there. So Mongo kind of started to panic a little bit. But after a little conversation with the one who runs the temple, she mellowed him out. Cast calm emotions on him. Went a little shaggy.
Yeah. Cast calm emotions on you, then Sir Mir showed up, and it's like...
And then the one... What do you call it? Somebody who runs the temple?
High Cleric.
High Cleric.
High Priestess.
High Priestess.
The bishop.
Just gave him a look and told him to sit his ass down, and Sir Mir complied. Begrudgingly, but he still complied. Which, when that badass doesn't put up with some... Yeah, no, that was fucking terrifying. So he kind of just let them take care of Scav, whatever the fuck he wound up doing. Shorthand drunk dialed the wrong god.
Sorry, the god you are trying to reach is not in. Let us reconnect you to one of these options. Please press 1. What's the other option? Please press 1.
Yeah. So Mongo just made his way up, prayed to his god, made him a drink.
And you turned away to speak to the priestess, looked back, and the glass was empty.
Yep. So it worked, or there's somebody invisible there who wanted a good drink. But they're probably not stupid enough to take a god's drink.
See, that sounds like a really creepy bardic spell. You know how you have dissonant whispers? Instead, it's just like dissonant moans. You just hear ghostly, like, sexual moans from in the shadows from various directions.
Well, that would creep out a few people.
Imagine walking to your car at night after a long day of work and you hear that from somewhere.
I don't think I want to be in that situation.
I'd be. I don't know who I pissed off, but go the fuck away, please. I want to live.
I choose life.
I choose life, not unlife.
But, yeah. After that, did I see Surmir knock his ass out?
No.
Damn it!
He did yell at Surmir not to hit him too hard. I think you saw the tail end of it.
Oh yeah, you did see the tail end of it. You didn't see the head, but you saw the other part of it, I believe.
You saw
That's
the
right.
kingdom's elbow.
I did see Surmir drop the fuck you elbow.
Fucking Scav never has been hit so hard in his goddamn life.
Yeah, that's Surmir
And that
to
was
do it.
Surmir holding back.
Oh yeah, the other event was that we all kind of like spaced over was the picking up of the pieces of Scavard after he was nearly mauled to death by a mimic.
Yep.
Yeah.
With you and Osling basically doing triage on what was left of his arm.
Yeah.
Also, each member of the family got a little care package, a new cloak, and some hometown treats.
Yeah, it was actually the cloak that you guys were swaddled in.
Oh,
I know I wasn't too specific on that, but yes, it was the cloak that your parents or Ithos had swaddled you in of your noble family.
That's what I assumed when you said that Scav already had his.
Yeah.
That's the one that he
So-
gave to Kippa.
So the cloak has way more value than you could actually possibly imagine.
And I was the one who placed Mongo's cloak in his room, and I placed Nikolai's in his room.
Yeah. So, the kobold of last session of getting anally raped by a deity. How did your session go?
Oh man! Oh
Scav got
man!
bent over.
By a mimic and a god.
It started off with Scavard, feisty, and Nikolai being attacked by a mimic.
And Ace just kind of sitting there going, what do you want me to do?
And yeah, thanks to Nikolai's command over Ace, Ace gave him the one punch. It almost took Scav down in one hit. It was bad.
That thing was wrapped on your arm more than an obsessive fan.
That
That was your only fan.
after dealing with that.
It was giving you the full tongue.
After dealing with that, we learned that the Obscure was the ones that actually created the Mimic. We collected the things from
I
there.
think I figured out how to do that.
Learned a little bit more history about the items that were inside. That night, the group had slept, and of course, that's when we found out about the Kodos coming in and giving little things to the group. And yeah, after that, most of the party went their separate ways. Scavard stayed at the house
So did Mongo, because Mongo was finishing up getting ready to leave.
and decided to try and commune with the gods. not exactly the best headspace to do that in, and not in the best graces either. Pissed them off, or got the attention of a really bad one, Tiamat.
Tiamat basically said, "You are my bitch now."
And he almost died. So being brought to the temple, thanks to Mongo and Feisty working together on that one, managed to get him there on time, and he kind of went on a little spiritual journey for a bit, and realized that he's a lot of bottled up anger and rage and just hate, and no reason to really dwell on it, and kind of learned how to somewhat forgive himself and others.
So the question I've had all week, at the end of this gauntlet of reckoning, who was it that you saw standing there as Scavard?
Probably himself, to be honest.
Hmm.
It's just all of that self-hate, not being able to do anything or feeling much of anything. It's a lot of guilt that he feels.
And then you had reckoning post gauntlet and recognition and dealing with Shermir, basically showing you the wrath of your father.
Yep. And Scavard basically, hey, do it again, but harder because I deserve it. And he complied.
The dice complied.
But he stayed with Kippa to learn more and explain things and try and understand. And at the very end of that, he did ask if there was any way he could set up some sort of meeting to speak with the mountain Kippa doesn't know of, but Kodos. Because there was something that Scav needed to say or do.
I forgot something. That's also when, I don't know if the rest of the party knew, but Scav at least learned that Kippa dealt with a bully.
Oh, yeah.
Pushed him down a well.
That I don't think that was shared yet, no. But basically, Scav basically
The
wanted
rest
to
of the
know,
party
like,
gave her
hey,
tips on how to
is
do
there
it
anything you've ever done? Because I want to, like, understand. And he shared all the things that he did with her. All the good and all the bad that Scav's done.
And you tried to ask her very specific questions, and her being very eloquent, knows how to weave around your magic.
But yeah, that's where we left off, I believe, with Scav with Kippa. More or less just playing like, hey, 20 questions, let's go.
I'm sending something to ignore it. It's just for my notes. Nikolai, the master of the average, how'd it go?
Just that. And it was only because of his modifier that he got just above average most of the time. Yeah, he finally got, well, he first was completely dumbfounded by seeing his sister in elegant clothing.
Oh yeah, that's happened too.
That was weird. And then some stranger that was with Cayenne gave him a ticket and telling him that should allow him to get into the market in the gray market very easily. I was like, all right, cool.
I got a question at the gate about where you got that ticket.
Yeah, it is some satyr guy. I don't know his name. And so he finally got into it, and because my dice decided to punish
Betray
me
you?
terribly and betray me, I couldn't find anything special. Except for that one good roll ended up getting me in touch with that goblin, I think it was. Yeah, goblin
Yeah.
that was selling ramshackle timepieces.
Tick-ticks.
So you got one that apparently works beautifully, and
Just look over and I just see all this shiny
just
stuff.
imagine it's like this big in Nikolai's hand.
No, actually, it's like both hands.
Both hands have
Yeah.
both hands. Okay.
It's a normal human-sized pocket watch.
Yeah, it was
So it's
probably
bigger than you.
Yeah, he was actually inquiring on how like this actually works, how timekeeping works in my my campaign world, and so essentially it's like a sundial within this, and there's a glowing stone that just actually moves around the outer rim that projects shadows based off the time of the day.
Fucking cool.
Yeah, so it's not your traditional kind of clock, but it still functions.
And then he had an encounter with one of the not friendly dwarves.
The pieces of shit.
Got to glance at how fucking terrible they actually treat their slaves
Yeah.
and property.
Yep,
Member of the pre-fallen empire.
pre-fallen empire. And then he finally wandered. Oh, he wandered into the little assassin's room.
Stop.
Stop. No. And just asked if he knew where any shops were for gems and such. But then led him to being directed, actually just nicely taken to one. Instead of looking like a crazy person, because there's so much cool stuff going on. Finally was able to get a very large stone of the one he was looking for.
In fact, Ace is the one that probably has to carry it unless you put it in your bag of
Yeah,
holding.
I put it in my bag of holding, yeah. And that's essentially, if I remember correctly, where we left off.
Yeah. So, on that, after the session was up, I allowed you guys to level up again. What did you do for your level up?
Well, he is no longer a oath of vengeance. He's actually more towards devotion. After finding himself a bit and forgiving himself and others. Letting a little bit of that draconic lineage show a bit as well. So he's kind of growing, a little changing a bit, but yeah, he's went further into the paladin, but slowly dipping towards that draconic bloodline sorcerer, possibly.
Who knows?
Who knows?
What about you, Nikolai?
I just got my character open.
You didn't level up all week?
No,
Well,
I was
Okay.
in school all week.
Okay. Well, you don't get that free level up. Anyway, moving on.
It was just going to be another level of artificer.
Just another level.
Wow.
I don't know what level 5 gets him.
Mango.
Another level of wizard.
All right. Cayenne.
Still, a druid, but spending time with Eric to get basic knowledge on how to be a blood hunter.
It's pretty interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever find out what kind of
You're not plugged in.
lycanthrope that the Archdruid was?
No, I'm plugged in.
The archdruid,
turned on?
she never told me what her lycanthrope was.
Okay. Cool. I'm sending you a quick message.
Because it's not plugged in.
Because I had never seen
Did you
her
unplug
lycanthrope form.
Okay, I'll just use my cell phone.
I just sent you a message.
Thank you.
And there's a dog in my way.
Yeah. And I have no idea what happened with it.
Where's that?
Side. There you go. You got it. All right. Yeah.
I didn't
So.
feel it.
So you guys are basically a week has advanced in time. I'm guessing
Sophie dog.
that you guys permitted this time to pass to gather resources, research, have some downtime from the recent events and things, and more center yourself in what you need to do.
I need to be where you're at. Come on.
So, let me go find my notes that
Sure.
people sent to me.
Come here. Right here. Over here.
You were actually able to spend more time
Yeah.
with the information broker, but like any other person of importance, you have to kind of fit within their schedule.
Mhm.
And he actually did get you some of the information that he was going to promise you.
Nice.
So you learned that the people that actually did hold the contract for your sister were referred to as the Keepers. They're a group of not druids. They're a group of the Dwarven Empire that basically works in the free world to look for prospects, essentially. To look for new places they can make contracts, new things that they could use to benefit the Empire, essentially.
Okay, my computer's dead.
So, with that knowledge, you don't have any actual concrete names, you just have an organizational name. High or low?
I'll go high this time.
That's a natural 20 on that die for you. You find out that the Keepers actually did benefit from the fall of the Obscura.
Group on Cayenne's eternal hate list.
Is that the Keepers actually benefited in possibly the way that while the Obscura respected unique and exotic creatures, the Keepers preferred to have them as trade material or pet material.
Just the room just got warmer.
So, you have that information, which I'm sure you're going to share with your siblings.
Yeah.
So, you guys can make those notes yourselves.
Another group of enemies.
Yep. You do actually get to go to the noble court itself and sit in on some of the things that are being done in your name. But they actually, it's kind of interesting how they present you. You don't go in as Cayenne the queen or Osling the queen. Essentially, they take you in, you're dressed as your noble gear, the style that you prefer, which is probably what the broker has given you.
Yes.
And he basically got you in contact with another noble, and it's a centaur. And she is the one that is handling all your dress, essentially. And that's basically what she does. She's a high fashion noble, and she provides clothing for nobles. So you're now one of her clients, essentially.
Please tell me that where she is nobility, she's more of a desert princess style. More like type of an Arabian empress.
We can
With
roll.
silks or velvet.
Yeah, we can roll with that. I hadn't filled any information, but we can roll with that.
I immediately think of the Gerudo.
Going
Shut
back
your
to the
mouth.
Disney
What?
princess thing, so like Jasmine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking more like, I forget the girl's name, but more like the girl that Mowgli goes back to the human world with.
That's so cool.
The way you're presented is essentially you're wearing masquerade masks, and you're presented very quietly, but you're able to sit in on the proceedings and find out what your designated representatives have to deal with on a daily basis. You're seeing what Kippa has to deal with on a daily basis. It's a lot of talking, a lot of accusations, a lot of requests, a lot of arguing about, nobility things, land, resources, and payments, and things like this, and what if this happens, and that happens, a lot of this, that, this, and you're like, oh my god. And you're realizing that Osling's learning to step into this ring and handle it. But essentially the way it would work is the advisors would be in all the meetings, they would report to Osling, Osling would make the final choices on anything as well as you. And if she has to, she'll report to Kippa, because Kippa has to make certain choices based off the nobility. And you do actually get to spend time with Eric and I forget her name. Druid Circle. I always forget her name.
Both of you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Woo with the Moon.
I'm going to find something, or just let her hit you.
Tom, that was
I
bad.
thought it was Riss.
I think so. But they actually go out together with you on essentially a hunt, and you get to see them in full fuzziness. And you realize that she's actually not just like something to take lightly. While she starts out this big, she's actually like a great dire bear. Not just a dire bear, a great dire bear.
I have a very strong ally. That is terrifying.
So she does believe in the right to bear arms?
With fucking claws like that.
Please don't hit me.
Please do hit it. Please.
He deserves it.
Tom unlocks a new kink.
No.
Druidic BDSM.
No.
I'm getting Evil Dead vibes here with the tree.
No.
But yeah, you're able to spend time with them and learn about how they actually function as far as that. And it's kind of interesting because you have to keep a certain distance from them because of the nature of what they are. But you're able to actually observe them and how they go about tracking things within that state and not in that state. How they interact with nature as both ways.
Nice.
And you got a couple of books to study too.
Yes. What form was Eric? Because you said that Riss, she's a great dire bear.
Yeah. Let's see. Terrifying. Let me see here. Let me grab that info real quick for you. Tom, how nervous are you?
Well, I ain't planning on fucking with any druid anytime soon.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to go, like, just poke one and poke him with a stick at a distance? Let's see, where's that info?
I think my computer has died.
Is it not charging?
Yeah,
It's plugged in and everything, and it's just
not charging. No juice.
It's been turned off all week without being plugged in.
No, it's like even the power adapter isn't lighting up when you plug it in.
That's weird.
I think it's just done.
It may just be the power adapter. That may be the old one, but I thought I threw it away. So
I might have grabbed the wrong one when I got it for you. I am sorry about that.
You want to try this one? See if that'll do any different?
it'll charge it. Yeah, it'd be nice to know.
Okay, there's the info. I had to go dig through character information. I have so many profiles. It's like a Rolodex.
Okay, so it does come on. So it's just this charger.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe
Well, this one's at like 100%, so
Okay.
Uh,
don't worry about it.
a dire hyena.
That's interesting.
That's terrifying.
Big laughy dog.
Giggle dog.
But what's even more terrifying is he's fully sentient when he's like that.
Not just a wild animal, which makes sense. That's why he's the one taking care of her.
Oh, that's right. That's the thing that gun hunters can do.
That makes Tom even more scared.
Tom's always scared.
Not true.
It's terrifying to meet a blood hunter order of the lichen.
They're a whole other breed.
Okay, so this is going to involve two of you.
I didn't do it.
Huh?
I didn't do it.
Oh, you totally did. You stepped in it.
Okay.
Your toes went,
You.
and it like came up like silly putty or goo. So, oh yeah, it's terrible. Nicola approaches you because he found something that you would be interested in, especially with, like, you probably shared with him that you're doing a little bit of alchemy. He wants you to basically see how his sister does casting of spells.
Ooh. That was something I actually meant to write on the list, but forgot.
And, yeah,
Thank you
so...
very much.
Huh?
Thank you.
I know it was on people's list to figure out. So you're basically able to spend a little bit of time with the
Bad bomber.
yeah, and she's explaining how she has to cast magic and how you're finding out how different this actually is than yours. That she needs the material components to be able to cast any sort of spell. She doesn't understand the concept of just being able to cast spells without the components available. She can substitute components essentially, but it requires twice the amount of that component. So if she were to basically substitute like something for, a spell, and she decides to use the earth itself, she's going to need twice as much to cast it. But you're seeing his dilemma with learning stuff from Milim, translating it to what he can do, because she's on such a different wavelength of casting spells.
Yeah.
So yeah, he would have approached him to like, hey, can you help me figure out that codex that you and I worked out, but with her because she casts
Since
spells
we already
weird.
got ours kind of, I learned how to translate to Nikolai a little bit. Wondering if I could possibly help translate Milim.
Roll an Arcana.
Come on, please. We're doing the thing that our characters studied for. So
Did it get cocked?
no, that's very clear number. That's
This-
an 8.
Okay, at least something doesn't blow up.
Yeah, so you're wrapping your head around this too, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to you from your wizarding point of view of like, wait, what?
Wait, what? Like, you don't have control over the arcane enough to like not have to use items.
And then she further goes into explanation of that, everybody works that way. Wizards, druids, everybody. That's how we cast magic back home.
So inefficient. But actually, I'm wondering, like, maybe inefficient, but are your spells stronger? Like, can we, like, would like to go over, like, the spells that I know and the spells that she knows. Do we have at least one spell that we share?
What first level spells do you have? I don't know. Why don't you go look at my character sheet and tell me?
Well, cantrips, I guess. First level, I currently have prepared. Here, I actually put it in notes on my spells. Let me see. Because you do something interesting with spells. Except I don't know how to use this.
We'll use Burning Hands as an example.
Okay. Which is like my go-to spell.
Yeah. So let's see.
Like if her magic is more powerful, then that's cool.
She's like, I do have that spell. Do you have any wood on you?
Yeah, I just reach into my bag and pull out a plank with the busted up cart.
We have plenty of that.
It needs to be charred.
Okay, I use burning hands and charred.
Burning hands?
Or not burning hands, produce flame.
Okay.
I use produce flame and chart. I just
So she has it, and she just rubs her little paws in it.
First we go into the little test area.
the test room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not in the living
Uh,
room.
so-
That would have
So
definitely.
she rubs her
been-
hands in the ash until her hands are covered. And she just pulls a Roy Mustang and goes like that with it. And you see this massive launch of flame come out.
Is it massive to her or massive to Nikolai?
It's massive to all three of you.
Okay, so her magic is more powerful.
And do an Arcana with advantage.
Oh,
As you-
Do I get to roll the arcana on that as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
you would have advantage as well because you're understanding it's your spell.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr.
know
Cheese.
this better.
You're so adorable. I love you.
Better.
Take the 16.
17.
Give him pep talk to your dice.
Yes. It seems to fucking work.
Hey,
So that
if
would
it works,
be
it works.
a 23.
You guys watch this, and
16 plus 7.
Ace leans over and he goes like this to you very gently as he puts one of your whiskers out that got caught in the fire. Stream of fire.
Thank you.
And, yeah, you're realizing that hers would be, in mechanic terms, a 66, not a 3d6 at the base level.
Like, so double her spells? Double? Holy fuck.
But,
Oh.
again, she needs the material components to actually
Yeah,
do
she
that.
needs. She burns through the material components. Huh.
Yeah, like all the burnt wood that was on her hands, the ash is gone now.
I'm gonna try it.
Alright.
I get
Um,
ash all over my hands.
Yeah,
like a thick
one-
layer.
one thing you picked up is when she went like that and she launched the fire off, you saw all the material components of like the actual circle appear around her hand. In flame, essentially. Like you could tell she was casting a
What are
flame
the
spell.
material components for produced flame?
There is none.
yeah,
Okay.
not for produce flame. Burning
Yeah.
hands, on the other hand.
Yeah. I
is
get my
verbal
hands
engineering.
just caked in soot, and then I try it again.
Okay.
It's like,
Oh, hi. Hello.
did I observe enough with 23 to kind of maybe try to mimic what she did?
You can certainly try.
Okay. What do I have to roll?
Roll Arcana at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay.
I'm also paying attention just to try to
Arcana.
note any difference.
18.
Goodbye, 18.
16.
Yeah, that's a good by 18. 10.
10? So you see Nikolai, he cakes his hands in this all the way up to the elbows, and he's like, he gets really excited. He tries to do this, and it backfires, and you see his arm catch on fire, and he instantly starts burning.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Prestidigitation, stream of
I
water
can
out the
actually-
sleeve to put it out.
Yeah, okay.
But it's going to take time for you guys to translate what Milam could do into what you guys can do, and back and forth. You're realizing this is a whole different ball game of casting spells, essentially.
Like, are we going to be able to get it done in a week?
It'll take a lot longer.
Okay.
She's been doing this her whole life.
Yeah.
So,
And
Plus,
we've
she
been doing-
may
the way
not
we
have
do
ever
spells our
thought
whole
of
life.
teaching somebody.
yes. To her, it's a simple process of translating one to one, but for you guys, it's like, what the fuck kind of weird voodoo magic is this shit?
Yeah. No, if we ever go to her homeland, which God, I hope so, I'm going to Wizard School there.
I see the Tom Boner going on over there.
Sorry.
So, with that, you do get to spend some time at the library, and it's this big, giant fucking
Well, I pack
library.
snacks before we go.
Yeah, you would have to. You do find a few books on the Obscura written by Crier Bell.
Now.
You stepped in that one, buddy.
Yeah, Nikolai, I believe, said I told you wanted to go to the library too.
Yeah, so you both actually find those books together. There's two books regarding a volume 1, a volume 2. At the end of volume 2, you see soon to be volume 3 that never happened.
Alright, so what information do we get
Uh,
on this? Particularly looking for, like, something to point to who might be this group that's still after him.
I'm not to you yet.
Okay, sorry.
So you do find these books. You're able to look at basically you get what Sermier said that everything is over. It's going to take you a lot to extrapolate what is the truth from what is in these books.
Yeah.
Because everything is highly fantical. You're like, oh my god, he really was a bard.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything is so fantical and so eloquently written too. It's almost like reading Shakespeare. Yeah.
Does this mean correct yes was a bookworm bard?
You can hit him.
Bard? Bookworm? Because he'd like worms? because he's a
Bird. Okay, yeah.
But you do find out how you're going to have to extrapolate that information. You do look up on the methodology for getting a wand and even talk to Alufa about it. And a wand is very much like the book scenario. You have to go out into the world, you have to find some sort of mythological creature of some sort that speaks to you. Either convince it to give you something of power or kill it to take something of power to be basically the core element of your wand. Without it, you can't cast anything above the 5th level without probably killing yourself.
God damn.
Hey, but that'd be one hell of a spell.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta go out in style.
So you get that information regarding having to do a wand, and you're trying to figure out with Alufa, like, how do you do magic? This is the second time you've been confronted with, like, okay, this is a completely different kind of magic, and you're realizing that, well, she is of the celestial nature, it's not translatable to what you do. You pull your magic from the planet, she pulls hers from the stars, it's not compatible or intertwinable. But she does give you some ideas on how, since you are actually tied to the planet, you're not. She opens your eyes to something very unique that will make you smile. You're not limited to the material plane of pulling power. You could pull your magic from other planes that are tied to this planet.
That is interesting.
And one high or low?
Let's get high.
18.
I'll take it.
One thing that she drops that's a very interesting nugget of information for you, Mungo, is that if you're casting a fire spell, you might want to try to invoke the elemental plane of fire. If it's a precipitation spell, or that sort of spell, or even an illusion spell, perhaps the Feywild. It could enhance or do different effects to your spells.
That is interesting.
How do you
'Cause-
invoke, though?
Yeah, that's the other thing. And if I remember correctly, that's the thing that Mother could do.
So you have a very interesting path there. You do try to talk to Humphrey. You don't really get anything from him. He's oddly very quiet.
See if we can get him for another spot, eh? That'll make him feel better.
That's easy enough to do. While he's away on his spa time, you do take Noodle to the temple. And it's actually kind of funny when we get to the temple because the high priest, she sees Noodle and she goes over and she greets Noodle and she's actually speaking to him fluently. And you're realizing that while you haven't been really paying attention, he's been making frequent trips here to just pray to his deity.
Sneaky little shit.
He's a weasel.
Ferret.
Same family.
It is truth,
Still.
along with stoats.
Stouts. I always actually considered making an ascended stout character and name him Guinness.
Oh, God.
I fucking love it.
They have to be the
You ever
same
do this at
color
one of my
scheme.
tables? You have to do it in an Irish accent.
They have to be the same color scheme as a can of Guinness.
Yes. Dude, you don't want me
Black
going
with some
full
dark
Irish
brown.
because you can't understand me. You've seen me do it and you're like, what?
Oh yeah.
Black with almost sand or khaki brown points for the markings, and then you can do a really vibrant, and I mean glow in the dark, vibrant amber colored eyes.
So yeah, that's where you're at. And yeah, you don't find anything out about your warlockness.
Yeah.
One more high or low.
Guess high.
Okay. You do. Okay. You do spend some time with Coin, and she doesn't need anything. She's like, no, I'm here to service you. I can get what I need. It's easy. But she does take you out for a night on the town, and you do fulfill that promise for Lef.
Hey.
What song is it this time?
Instead of I'm a scat man, I'm a cat man.
Great.
Oh, he's turning so red.
What would that sound like in Munchkin Tabaxi?
I
Don't get me started.
don't fucking know, but all I hear is just the heavy metal version of that sound from Frog Leap Studios right now.
But during that night, after you have a rousing night and make a few extra coins, let's see how many you actually make.
Do you have to phrase it that way?
Especially after saying that Coin's there to service you.
Yeah.
Careless Whiskers makes 20 platinum
Oh, fuck!
with your outstanding performance with Coin.
He didn't
Jesus.
Even, he didn't even roll performance though.
Yeah, but
Wait.
Coin... I split it with her.
And you're realizing how much coin that she actually pulls in just from going around and being a bard.
Yeah, alright. Still, if she fucking needs anything, obviously she's got the financial side covered, but if she ever needs, like, a break, somebody to talk to, anything at all, Mongo's fucking there.
You're also able to visit the courts, much like Cayenne did under Guise, to see what the day-to-day is like. And you're like, thank God I don't have to deal with this hands-on, because this is boring.
That sounds like something you would say.
But, Mongo, I do need you to pay attention. After you had your
Yeah. Oh, wait.
newfound
He just
coin.
got 20 platinum, so you can afford to pay attention.
Oh,
Actually 10, because I split it with
Okay.
Coin.
yeah.
Okay.
In your sleep, as you're sleeping and you dream, you see a distant place. And it's shrouded in darkness, and you can see beautiful trees around it. And light coming down from the sky through the clouds, creating these beautiful streams. And you see this crater, and it's not a very large crater. It's probably about, 20 feet by 20 feet. It's not too big, and it curves down. And you're seeing a piece of very beautiful stone that has landed on this planet. It glistens under it, dances in the starlight. And next morning, you wake up, and deep down inside, you realize, that's my core for my wand. I have to find that.
Okey-dokey.
Congratulations, Tom. And if you forget that information, you forget that information.
Yeah, that's why I'm grabbing the notebook.
Alright.
Planning to forget the information.
Not planning on it. But we know how my head works. Sometimes I don't remember
No.
shit.
Did you send me the
I've
stuff you
never
wanted to
tried
do for a week?
figure out your head, man.
Nate,
Yes.
okay. Was it on Telegram or Discord?
Discord.
Okay. Oh, you didn't. Please send it to me in a PM.
Oh, okay. Want me to do it again? Okie dokie. I figured it was good to share it, not PM, so that if somebody wanted to tag onto it, they can.
So, for you, Scabbard, your week, you are able to spend it with Kippa. It's kind of awkward at a few moments spending time with Kippa and learning the ins and outs, and you're finding out what she has to deal with on a day-to-day position. Do a perception for me, actually. He's like, oh, it's only a 29. I'm so disappointed in my roll.
That
It
is
would be
something you should
8.
get punched for.
8?
19.
19? See? As you're, like the other siblings, you're in a guise within the courts themselves, so people can't tell you who you are. Because that's per Kippa's order and command. And you see her basically holding counsel as a person in her position would do, and you see that she actually has a scroll, and then there's another scroll. And she's writing down notes as she needs to. And on this other scroll, you see her writing down almost in her native language, but it's also in a different kind of writing you're not familiar with. And you're able to ask her later in private what that other list is for and why it's so coded. Even the parchment itself is coded to her. And you find out that she's actually keeping notes on possible enemies of the Obscura, of who might be actual threats and who might actually be to look into via her contacts.
Does she have any
I knew
names that
this
she's
was why we liked her.
able to give?
Nope. She's keeping it private.
Understandable.
And Cayenne has her own reason to like Kip even more.
But she's keeping a very well documented list of threads that she's looking at herself. And you're finding out how busy her day-to-day is, that she gets up before the sun's even up, has breakfast, reviews notes, reads books, goes to the first set of meetings, meets with the council, goes to the courts to deal with council, has lunch, goes back to the courts to deal with further council, has a post-mortem meeting with the council, deals with one-off meetings with nobles throughout the day, finally gets to dinner about 8 o'clock at night, and then has to have her own private council to go over all the notes. You're seeing that she does this every single day. She doesn't get to bed until probably about midnight, despite the clerics telling her to get her ass to bed. And on one of these days, her parents show up, and her father takes you out drinking.
Oh no, I better warm.
Spiked chalky milk?
There's not much I can drink.
He takes you to Left's.
Even then.
Definitely just a chug.
And Sir Mir is there to drink with you as well.
Set.
It's like, hey, Sir Mayor, don't let us go overboard.
And, yeah, you get fucked.
Oh,
You get
no.
so fucked. You wake up the next morning, and everything hurts. And you recall very groggily what you said. And you regret everything as you roll over and you pull something out of right above your hip bone. You can feel it grind a little bit as you pull it out. It's a piece of broken pottery. And you realize, in your drunken stupor, you looked at Kippa's dad and said, I could take you on.
Damn it, Sir Mayor, told me not to let me do anything stupid. Alright.
And, do a wisdom for me. There's one other thing I gotta tell you, and you gotta make a note of it.
16.
16. You groggily get up, and you do lay on hands on that injury, and you realize what happened. Sir Mir was going to tell you not to, and you're like, no, I'm Emperor, I'm going to put my foot down.
Oh, why didn't I do that?
Drunk Scav's a dumbass.
Yes, he is, apparently.
And you
dumber
proceeded
ass?
to get your ass completely destroyed by Kippa's father. And every time you hit the ground, Sir Mir took a shot.
Which
Double
begs the
whammy.
question of, how hammered did he get?
I respect the man. Yikes. Alright. Beat down number 2. This one more physical.
Oh, you got hurt.
Woo.
You haven't felt it while you were drunk.
Oh,
You did receive a gift from the information broker.
No.
Aw.
It was the seed pouch. with a simple note attached to it. Spread seeds of joy for everyone to see.
Aww. Why is he so fucking nice?
It's a trap.
So yes, you're able to spend time with Kippa. You're able time to spend with Sir Mir and do more training. You're realizing his training is a lot more extensive. That he's really testing your devotion to Bahamut at this point. And he's telling you a lot about your father and how he never wavered on his devotion. That even if he had a glance of looking in the other direction from Bahamut, Ithos was there to course correct him instantly.
Yeah, Scav needs a mentor like that. It's going to take every single word to heart.
Yeah, and you're finding out about a little bit about the revolution that your father led and that Sir Mir was a part of. That essentially that they were under the rule of a ancient black dragon, all the kobolds within the area, and your father said no more and led a revolution. And it was a battle that lasted 72 days straight without rest.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
You're truly finding out the legacy of your family.
So Scav's dad's just as big a badass as Sir Mir.
Except he's little.
You're finding out what forged these two badasses.
That's a lot to take in.
The biggest takeaway you get, and that actually really sets in the graces of you, is because he's so reminded of your father, is that when it came down to the last part of the conflict between the Black Dragon and Sir Mir and Sig, Sig basically dropped all of his gear, had a single dagger, and told the Black Dragon, "Come on, motherfucker, eat me." And he basically was swallowed by the Black Dragon and fought his way out using just holy faith of Bahamut.
Crazy ass.
Drax the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Okay.
And that's a legacy that you have to live up to.
Oh, there's some very big shoes to fill there.
But the
Alright.
legacy of getting eaten would have been Nikolai's.
Not funny.
As for figuring out how to re-flavor your spells, essentially, it's going to take a lot of figuring out.
Oh, yeah.
You do get armor commissioned for Feisty.
The ones we got from Lady Horn.
Yeah, it's essentially a +1 leather mail that will actually allow her to go invisible along with the armor. Looking at it, it doesn't look like she's actually wearing armor. It just looks like she's wearing a very beautiful collar, but she's actually wearing leather mail that you can't see,
Nice.
so it doesn't interfere with how she looks. It's one of Feisty's main requirements of, like, I gotta look like me, not wearing armor.
Should have had that. Yep. Okay.
You do get the sketches fully illustrated, Nikolai.
Okay, cool.
You do get a hold of a couple of local bards using Coin as a contact
Mm-hmm.
that do commission the artwork for full illustrations, and you do give them proper descriptions to fill in any gaps that they need.
Oh, okay.
So those would be done within the week.
Okay.
And Coin's like, don't worry, I'll take care of the cost because I get a discount, you wouldn't. They would charge you actually double because you're a noble.
I appreciate that. Let me know how much I owe you.
She's like, don't worry, you just owe me a favor.
Oh, fuck.
A favor? All right.
Those are dangerous words for coin. You're actually able to spend time with Kippa's mom.
Nice.
And she's in the same boat as you of like, they won't let me give her certain foods and I'm going to give them to her anyway, even if I have to show up and cook myself. You do find the same information you're able to share with, you guys do spend a day at the library essentially researching the Obscura.
Just today.
That's right. That was one thing I
An
wanted to do.
entire day there. You take snacks and you spend the entire day
No, I
there.
just took my alchemist jug full of
Mayonnaise.
something that is very nourishing.
Poor Tom. Just instant.
Beer, I think, is one of those things that you can do with the alchemist jug. It's liquid bread, man.
Okay, if you're filling it full of alcohol, at what point in time do you just get hammered? Or is that why we left? You passed out drunk.
So yeah, you're able to spend time with Cog and Millum
Okay.
together,
All right, cool.
and there's a little bit of history there between the two, actually.
Between Cog and Millum?
Yeah, they've met each other.
Oh, wow!
Yeah,
That's cool.
and it's along the lines of Cog looks at Millum's like, "You owe me half a ship,"
What'd you do?
and Millum's like, "That was an accident, and the city was going to pay you. I don't owe you anything." And it's along the lines of that they were working on an airship, and essentially the prince of the city said, "I want to see this weapon in action," and Millum's like, "Okay, fire," and it happened to hit the ship as it was leaving dock.
Oh, shit.
And the prince kindly blamed it on Millum, like it was her fault. She fired. Nothing to do with this. I told her not to. Boy, that prince.
Is this the world that she screwed her is wagging up?
So you find out that little bit of information that they are actually familiar with each other and share probably the news of your position, right? In Millum's position, or do you keep that secret? How much do you trust Cog with that information?
Actually, I would kind of like ask Millum, like, because she knows.
She would prefer to keep it secret.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just keep it secret for now.
You're finding it very hard to actually book time with the information broker between his meetings, and for some reason he seems to be out when he's available.
I see. So I'm not able to get any time with him to get more information.
Nope.
Damn it. Thanks, Cayenne.
You don't know that.
High or low, Nikolai?
Hi, sure.
Nice. You are working on the brooches that you want to work on, right?
Uh-huh.
And Millum actually interrupts you when you're working on that.
Okay.
Not in a direct way, but she's there with another tinker, and
Okay.
It's a weasel, and they actually do something that's very interesting, and for a portion of coin,
Okay.
they actually offer something, and this is a Millum offering it.
Okay.
To basically upgrade the brooches from what you want to do, instead of burning your spell slots, to
My infusion slots.
to brooches of messaging instead.
Ooh. How much is that going to cost?
It would be 1 platinum per brooch.
Okay.
So you're able to
Per
upgrade
pair or per each one?
per each one.
Okay, so it'd be 8 platinum.
Yeah,
Okay.
she would be burning her resources, and basically they would be working for the week on upgrading those to the new version. So you would have to collect all the brooches throughout the week.
Uh-huh.
Early in the week.
Well, no, I would recut the stones using
Okay.
that stone that
Oh, the giant
I got
one.
because
Yeah.
she seemed to make it seem like it was something special. I would have done it identify. If I get anything, like, great. If I don't, I don't. But she seemed to imply that it's special, so I would recut the stones out of that.
Yeah, and Milam actually provides. Let's see. I'm gonna roll a d4 for this.
That way, I can just when I get the brooches from, I can just pop it in.
Wow. She sets down something that's very, very different than you've seen.
Okay.
And she sets it down, and it's a super lightweight metal that you're like, and
What's that?
and you're looking at it. It doesn't look like copper. It doesn't look like platinum. It doesn't look like silver. It doesn't look like steel.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, that's electrum.
Oh, okay.
It's much more expensive than platinum, but I think the brooch
It's
is
more expensive than platinum.
it's in the here. Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Essentially, it's or electum, as some people call it.
Okay.
But essentially, it's used for enhancing magical things. It's like a component, essentially.
Oh, okay.
But she offers that up to use as the actual metal for the crafting of the brooches instead of other metals. So that would basically secure the magical
Okay.
properties of the stone.
Okay. So I'll make all new ones then.
Yeah, and she's going to work with you on that.
Okay. Cool.
But that's more or less your week in a nutshell. You're basically working on that. You do get a bit of armor for Ace.
Okay.
It's basically a plate plus 1 plate mail.
Oh, nice.
So you can
Okay.
add that to your inventory and just make a note, Ace.
Okay. Cool.
So, Scabbard.
Yes.
One thing does come up. You're not able to retrieve your mother's sword. And it just seems impossible. You're like... And you've had Cayenne go there, and you've had Alufa go there, and all of them are like, fuck no. Sir Mir's like, I ain't touching that sword. But-
Troy used to try.
Oh yes, we're gonna have the city guard go to this place to just try and pull out a sword. But you do go to the vault, and that sword the handle of a sword there. You reach out and you put your hand on it, and you see the blade. It's a glowing blade. It's not a physical blade, and you're able to actually lift it up finally. And you're realizing that the blade itself is only as strong as your faith in Bahamut.
Oh.
Definitely would take a moment, take this in,
Cool.
try and understand the weight of this actually. Probably going to leave the dwarven sword not on the pedestal but nearby. It's like you don't really need it anymore at that point. But yeah, that's definitely something important. I do know at one point Nikolai did want that arm cannon. I would have given it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, with this blade, if you roll I'll give you the actual card in time. It'll allow you to actually have an extra divine smite, depending on your religion roll.
Huh. Good to know.
So, we're going to actually jump, now that all the recap stuff has been done for the week, we're going to jump into the session.
So a couple things that you haven't mentioned is things we'll do.
There
Next
are
session?
there are things that I will get
Okay.
into. There's things that won't actually be on the list that happen because of time and spacing and all that. Because everything does move in real time. So, Nikolai,
Yeah.
can you do me something?
What would that be?
And you have assistance from Milan. Please do an investigation.
Okay. Come on, dice. Please be nice to me. You were mean to me last week.
Dice are like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, they are. 13.
13. You're working with Milam on things around the house, and you guys are lumbering around the house as well. You see Sunny walk past the door of your room, and she has the plant, she's talking to it.
Fucking love that so much.
And she's just big like waddle happy walks, and she just working with the plant. And Osling looks at you, and she's like, I think she likes the plant more than herself.
I am hoping that the flower will help her to be more confident.
I'm hoping so too, because she wants to deal with nobility. I already had to take her aside at one point, and she was just crying.
Yeah, I hope the flower works.
We need to give her a significant confidence boost. With you, Nikolai,
Yes.
you're working with Melm, and you take a few steps and you step on something and you feel it slide.
Like one of the
The boards in the floor.
floorboards slide a little bit.
And you both get down there and you walk past the room as you see this, because you're off to get a snack, and you see both of them on the ground pulling up a floorboard. And they slide it, and it clicks into place, and you're realizing that there's more of these boards to be slid around in the room that might lead somewhere.
Cool. What do we see inside?
Did you not listen? There was
You gotta
more.
slide the other boards.
Oh, gotta move boards around. Okay.
It's a puzzle.
Are you gonna go
Cool.
help?
Yeah, definitely. Let's work on this.
Yeah,
All
I'll-
right.
See what the hell why they're tearing up the damn floor.
Well, at least she's not tearing it up for fire.
With
That's
fire,
true.
yes.
That's
And yeah, you're hanging out with Feisty in one of the lounge areas, and
Probably working on Father's old like little woodwork things, just trying to finish them. I remember there was a rattle and something else.
Yep.
I don't remember what the other one was.
oh, make those notes. I'm not gonna remind you.
That definitely would be working on that.
Yeah. Roll a sleight of hand on that, because you're trying to be careful. Go ahead and do a investigation there.
24.
I need the sweetie cat here. Sweetie kitty.
I need help.
Need help, sweetie?
18.
24.
24. You seem so you're in there and you're just like very carefully like trying not to do anything like mess this up because you're just focusing so hard.
Some of my wood carver's tools.
Yeah. Yeah, the mushrooms are just roaming around and everything. Do an investigation for me. 18. Mongo joins you guys and starts looking around, and you find a few more boards to slide around,
It's not muted.
and you're working on it.
But I got a natural 20.
Nice.
She's just making really weird noises.
I heard that.
It's like, you're always muted. Why do you have sound?
You leave the room because you're looking for the birds, essentially. They're not in the room where they usually are. You wander around a little bit, and you weren't given the full tour of this place. You find that there's an actual atrium room where it's overgrown with plants and foliage and everything.
That's cool.
And how did Cayenne get lost? Inside a house?
By finding an atrium inside a magical
Yeah,
house.
it's a beautiful atrium, and you can tell your mother. This was your mother's place to probably hang out a lot.
Based off the fact that the forest was definitely overgrown, thanks to her.
And you wander through a little bit, and you find Red and Boo in the very, very far back, and you see like branches broken and all this other stuff, and you get really close in, and you don't try to invade their space. Roll an animal handling with advantage for me.
I'll take the 26.
Damn. You get closer, and you're doing like basically. I don't mean to pull a trope here from Jurassic Park of like, hey. And you get closer, and they nuzzle you a little bit, and they've made their like little home here and away from everybody essentially. And you see that they've made a nest essentially, and there is an egg there.
Aww.
Tom looks concerned.
We're gonna have a purple.
Oh my god, you call it the Purple People Eater. But
Is it one-eyed and one horn, though?
Fly.
but there's an egg there, and you see him just basically just like around this egg, protecting it.
I think the only guaranteed thing about that egg is whatever's inside is going to try to fucking kill Mongo.
No. Cayenne won't let that happen.
How is Cayenne responding to this?
She is shocked. Like, what? Wait. Because in her brain, she always viewed red and blue as siblings. And it's staying at that. She, like, legit thought they were brother and sister this entire time.
A strange person pokes their head in, life finds a way, and walks up. I'm kidding.
Cayenne would not be able to speak about like this right now. She's more flabbergasted than anything, but also happy and excited at the same time. But also confused. Is it their egg? Or did they find this and claim it?
They're very protective of it, but they understand your position and they're letting you near it to examine.
I'm not going to touch, but I will look at.
Okay.
I'm going to respect that fact, because if it is in fact their egg, I don't even want my scent on it. Because that's what you're supposed to do when you find it. Baby bird eggs in a nest anywhere in real life. Don't touch it, and don't touch the babies. The parents won't come back.
There's actually a few bird species, correct me if I'm wrong, audience, that actually are okay with that, but most of them are not.
Mm-hmm.
Mungo, Nikolai,
Yeah.
and Millum,
Okay.
you guys work on going around this room, and you're finding that this is a very intricate puzzle. Like, even the table, like, moves a little bit, and you hear click as you move the table ever so slightly off where it's sitting. And you're finding that there's boards and shelves and other things throughout this entire room that's basically part of this puzzle.
Oh, wow.
Swear to God, dude, if your dad built a fucking transformer.
But eventually a stairway opens up leading down to another area.
Oh, this is so cool.
Do you guys go downstairs?
Hell yeah.
What the precise fuck did your paranoid ass parents fucking make down there?
I don't know. Let's go find out.
Melon's like, okay, let's go. And
What, you scared, sister?
No, but Mongo is.
He's always scared.
That is not fucking true.
If he didn't know it was his shadow, he'd be afraid.
Oh, fuck you.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Am I 100% wrong?
Yes.
Bullshit.
You're the one who's got a paranoia of people fucking eating you.
Because it's been attempted several times.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, get over it.
So I'm assuming you guys are bickering and heading down the stairs.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'm
yeah.
fucking lighting the goddamn way.
Investigation for me.
Come on, Dice. Be nice to me, please. I try to
Apparently,
treat you
we're
nicely.
bickering too much
Natural
for
20.
me to focus.
Nice.
How bad was that?
8.
Natural 20 and 8.
You get down
Natural
to the bottom
20
and you head into this area, and it's another room. You're seeing like all these like sketches and things like that. And what instantly hits you, Nikolai, that instantly makes your heart drop a little bit, and you recognize it with that natural 20. This area has been ramshackled. Someone is coming through here, torn this place apart, looking for something, looking for information.
Whoa. Okay, stop, guys.
Millam's like, she has something that she picked up and she just drops it.
Oh, good. This is why your father kept the industrial strength crazy.
No.
What could go wrong?
Someone's been in here ramshackling this place.
How recently? I start looking around to see what the fuck he's talking about.
I point out various things, like, is there a way that we can maybe use, like, identify together?
Millam's like, that's outside my wheelhouse. I just blow shit up. If you want me to blow up this room and make
No,
it
no,
non-existent,
no. We
No.
need to find out who did this.
and she just slides the whatever she had away.
I'm not asking what that was. I'm not asking. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck. Note. Formula. Which direction is up is probably a very good question. Anyway,
I will step out while you gentlemen identify things. I will keep a lookout, as they
I
say.
want to. So, is there like a door or something that was here?
There, as you came down there was a a landing, and then there was a door. The door's been pushed off its hinges,
Okay.
and then papers were pulled down. Drawers are thrown askew. Things are broken.
starting
Maybe
with
we
the door.
should start with the door. Yeah.
Yep.
Start with the door and the door frame. See if we get anything.
How many?
there.
Okay. How many spell slots are you burning on this room?
On the room total?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. What time of day is it?
It's, towards the afternoon at this point.
Yeah. Fuck it.
All of them. We're gonna use all our spell slots to
Right.
identify. Figure out everything
That's
we can. about
4
what happened
level
here.
1s, 3 level 2s, 3 level 3s.
All right.
Yeah.
Just. Yeah. So yeah, for 4 level 1s.
You don't have to tell me. You just said all of them. You
Yeah.
don't have to go through the list of everything you're burning.
It's 8 spells for me.
Okay. So, you guys gently move papers
sorry,
away
sorry.
and such, and eventually make the circle that encompasses the entire floor of the room as best as you can
Without moving anything, yeah.
Yeah, you're just trying to move. Like, you lift up a piece of paper, do a line
Do the
under
line,
it.
yep.
And you do this identification spell, and you stand on one side, he stands on the other side, and you look to each other, and you do more symbols, and they're symbols of basically calling out to the arcane arts to do a higher level of the spell, modifying the runes, changing things to strengthen it.
Take 20 or however.
Take
fucking long
take
it
however
takes.
much time you're gonna let us take.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're being careful with this.
Super careful, yep.
And you cast a spell off, and
Take 20 seconds.
it's like falling into. It's kind of like when you take a step off of a stair and you miss that stair and your heart drops a little bit and you catch yourself.
It just makes my fucking knee hurt thinking about it.
I usually get it with my hip. If that happens to me, it's my
Like
hip.
when your stomach drops from that feeling, or like if you hit a bump and your stomach just doesn't
Yeah.
sit right afterwards.
Anytime the elevator powers on for me.
Yeah.
And you see this room before it was put in such a disastrous state. And you hear the door handle being fidgeted with, and you hear some sort of bickering and whatnot, and the door gets pushed off the handle. And you see what looks like Rurik come in,
Oh shit.
and looking around, and they look a little bit mad. And they're like, they're looking around the room, and they're like, where did they put that information? And they're searching around this room for something, tearing things open, pulling the drawers out, looking for some sort of information, and they're speaking to themselves of like, where did Rurik hide things? He's
Oh,
keeping secrets for me. Don't keep secrets from me. I'm going to do something that they won't. I got an idea. And they pull a piece of paper off and tear it in half. And you're seeing that this person is mad. Not like angry, but off.
Oh great. So Rurik has lost his
Oh,
mind.
good.
Or the
Crazy
the-
clone.
The
Yay!
Rurik clone has lost his fucking mind. Fantastic.
And they pull a piece of parchment off the wall and they start writing on it. And they're like, I have an idea. And it will teach them all a lesson. It will teach them a grand lesson. I will set a plan in motion. Not even Rurik will see. And they will all die. That'll make me happy. And they start making notes.
Is this motherfucker wearing a cloak?
No. And you're getting the first major thread of what happened.
Oh shit.
And they trash the room and lay waste to it, still looking for something. And they eventually leave the room and leave some of their blood behind because they had to tear the door off the hinges and they weren't careful with anything. And you guys are back in this room and you're realizing one of the key fragments has fallen into your lap.
left some of his blood behind.
Yeah, he left some of his blood behind.
Oh, Cayenne.
Oh shit! So part of the fall was one of Rurik's own plans. That clone went mad somehow.
You can investigate the room with advantage, both of you.
Yeah, definitely. All right, come on, Dice. Be nice to me. I try to treat you nice, right? I don't do bad things to you. You said with advantage.
Oh, Cayenne's gonna probably be pissed when she hears this news.
19.
So is Gavin.
And
She
then
wants
taking my
to deal
time,
with
so
the
whatever that
Osling
means to you.
thing. She's ready to dig her claws into that.
22.
You start looking around the room carefully. You do find a bloody, long, dried handprint that's starting to turn to ash, and you're like, oh, no, I'm not going to touch that anymore. I don't want that to just dissipate into
Yeah,
nothing.
we'll leave that there.
But you're finding that they had started writing on scrolls as you watch this, and that they were basically starting to plan out the how to take the Obscura apart, as they had the knowledge that Ruig had.
At the time that he was created.
That they're starting, that there's fragments here of, like, you know, things to do, and fragments there of other things. Like, they were completely lost in their own thought of, like, they'd start a note here, another piece there. That they were starting to construct the outline to basically pick the Obscura apart.
Okay. And so any of those notes left there? Because maybe we can find out some of the things that he did and kind of backtrack and see who was involved and get to this asshole.
You do find one complete note.
Okay.
It's rather ominous. And it simply says, they can't avoid being heroes.
Shit.
And you're putting together that the other places where Ruig had locations like this are probably in the same condition as this.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god!
Are you right there, Tom?
I think he just had a heart attack.
I'll be okay once this thing starts working again.
So as you're sitting there, Scabbard,
Love you too, Sparta. Really? That's it? Just fucking scare and run? Fucking
Scare the absolute
terrorist?
shit out of
you hear someone right next to you, like right here, like what happened just to him, and it's Mellum, and she's like, "What are you working on?"
Oh. Hi. You spoke to me.
And she climbs up on your shoulder, and she's looking at him. She's like, "Are you expecting a child? You're making a rattle."
It was something that my father was making for me a long time ago, and
Goes off.
never finished it. So I
Buzzy,
figure I may as well finish it now.
little
terrorist.
shit.
No, who knows? Maybe someday if I do have
So,
time, it'll go to them.
What are you thinking, Mongo?
What you
We
been
need
up
to
to?
we need to find
Oh,
other.
I've been working
locations.
with Nikolai today on various projects of
You do realize that this
non-explosive nature, unfortunately.
cheap knockoff of your father
Non-explosive. You
Just
know
probably
what
have to
things
die.
go
Of the
boom,
list,
don't you?
right?
Yeah, I have
The
no
bad
problem.
I'm a
one.
specialist
I
in
mean,
that.
The
Some-
unalive list.
Can
It's
we
something I
give
used
some
to do a lot
information
of
from
as
him
well
first?
myself. In fact, I just wanted to
I'm sure that there are
close
plenty
barrel.
of ways to make him talk.
She looks at it and she
Very
starts examining
simple.
it. She just yanks it
He
out of your hand and
doesn't
starts
need every
examining it. She
nature
pulls her
organ
goggles
to
out,
still
starts rolling
chat.
it over, looking at it, examining it. And she immediately goes
He
to
has my
the
father's
table where
memories
you're
when he
sitting
was
at,
weed.
climbs on top of it, pulls out her toolkit, starts deconstructing it and making improvements to it.
Out.
They're very simple and
That's
easy to
what's
make.
up.
Rudimentary at best,
No, the
yes.
hot pot.
Likely to blow your own self up, yes.
Keeping
Safe,
everybody else
not
from
even
just
the least.
smashing the paste.
Yeah.
A goblin has more
Before
safety
we
than
get
you
back.
do.
Yes, that is true.
You know, I believe it.
But
Keep working on this, but every now and then turn my attention back over to
the tool has
It's
been-
absolute, like,
has
crazy to watch her work because her little hands are
failed
moving
in
so
its
nimbly and just
proper operation.
where there's like explosive powders.
have
You're
to
That
seeing
might
how
be
well
where your
and
father went
remove it.
wrong. Is
where she
referring
just
to him
manipulates them
as
so
a tool.
easily without
It's true.
even so much
Now,
as
I'm
a
sure
care.
he is a
but
tool
you
in a
know
certain
that there's
sense,
probably a lot of
but-
care there.
It's probably true.
That working with explosives is
Because my
second nature to
father-
her.
I'll tell her the
That was
story
probably
of
one of my
while
father's,
working on this, while she does her
if
own
not
thing. I'll tell her the story
One,
of
the greatest mistake.
the kaboom that I made a long time ago.
I wonder if we can find out who helped them create the clone of them.
And tell her the story
Or
about
the
Smiley
simulacrum or
and
whatever
stuff
they're
like
called.
that. How far along
Well,
am
one
I
we
into
also
this
don't
little
know if it
project
was.
I'm working
There's
on?
many different
You're
ways
fairly
to go
far
about it.
along. It'll take
The
quite a bit of work
duplicates,
to
yeah.
finish out.
Yeah.
You still got to make the top part
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
most
we
part.
wouldn't know that.
You're
It's a
standing there,
simulacrum or
Kyan, and you
clone.
just feel a
Yeah,
bump
the
next to
actually
you,
get a chance
like
to
on
get
your
up
hind
there.
quarter, where
Close to
it would
the
be
person.
friendly to bump you. And Feisty's there,
Hey, Feisty.
and Feisty's
So see if there's anything Cheyenne can do with the blood left
Don't
over.
go any further. Red and blue are our protect right now.
And Feisty just smiles very cheesily, like she actually
I wonder if
knew
Alufa
about
knows
this.
anything about what other magics do.
Love you too. I love how they
Yeah.
told you first before Mom. I'm not mad. I'm not
Any
mad.
way to get a hold of
I'm gonna hug
Country?
Feisty.
And she just leans into you and starts letting out this massive purr machine.
Next try.
You just see hair vibrating on Kyan's head.
I'm sure just himself.
Big
can get more
ass,
information than
giant
he can.
displacer
Just if you're
beast.
just laying
Just
against a
with
bass speaker, you just see vibrating hair.
Identify her.
I'm just wondering what fucking secret he was talking about.
I don't know. Don't know.
Feisty's
But
just
I
spending
think the
time
first
with you, and she's
thing
like,
I need to do is go out and talk to the headmaster of this Tinkering Guild.
and the birds are actually just making all these
To get
adorable,
contact
like,
with the other
chirp
ones that
sounds,
been
and
to
they're
them and
proud
stuff,
of what they're
to
doing.
see if this is there and get back there.
And just spend time with them
Find out.
and just relax and just
See,
take a look
they
at all
probably
the
have a list
the
of which ones your
foliage.
father helped
There's a
us.
lot
Possibly,
there.
yeah.
Like, your mom was a collector of different kinds of plants from different places.
That's like one of the first
And
things
you're
I'm
just
thinking
seeing, like,
about.
her actual
See if
writing
anybody
on
knows
certain notes and tags and
where
things like that
additional
regarding of, like, where they came
shops
from.
are.
Like,
Cognitive,
this is
told me
from
about.
this region,
Yeah.
and this is from this region.
I'm just gonna take my time and enjoy it in there.
It's a bit humid in there, but it's not too bad.
Yeah.
It might be a little frizzy after you leave.
Be poof. I'll be poof.
Imagine Feisty walking out of there.
So you're gonna see if you can get a hold of Plum Tree?
Go ahead and put this thing away for now.
Should we close everything
Finish
up and
what
just not
she's
tell
doing.
anybody right now?
Milam hands you an arrow.
Immediate
You're seeing how
family.
much more beautifully
Yeah.
this is
No,
put
I'm
together. There's certain
But close
elegance to
everything
it.
out for
Yeah.
now.
You gotta show me exactly
Plus,
how
we
you
look
did
around for other
this.
floorboards and shit.
I get better at my crafting, to
True,
be
I honestly
honest.
don't think that we do more
Put
than
it
that.
away for now.
I think your
If
field is
father had
more
special areas.
hit me harder, daddy.
Okay, what?
I like how you just silenced their whole conversation.
I know.
There's easier ways to get us to shut the fuck up. Like saying, hey,
Hit me, Daddy.
shut the fuck up.
I thought it was Sparta jumping up right next to you when you're in a serious moment.
I mean, yeah, definitely we could take a look. You know, there's
But she says
spot
that to
in the,
you.
In the
Right.
test room that
I don't know about that one, but
seems disconnected, disjointed.
it's
Yeah.
definitely more simple than the way I work.
She
Go
looks at
there.
you and she's like,
Look
"It's true, though. You
Might as
did
well.
get beat up by Kippa's father, so the phrase still stands. The facts are clearly laid out there and documented now."
Well, we've used all our spells now.
True. So we're looking the old
Just
fashioned way.
investigation, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Nikolai and Mongo found a secret room and they're currently investigating it.
What? Okay.
It was an intricate room puzzle that we all had to work together to solve, and they found a hidden room.
Are they okay?
They seemed okay when I left them.
Okay. Only asked because the last time there were secrets, I was attacked by a mimic.
And whose fault is that?
Honestly, I still trying to work that one out. I want to say it's mine.
There you go. Clear. You have stated the fact once again. It was your fault.
Probably. What about Cayenne? Where's she at?
I'm not sure where Cayenne is.
Huh.
Do I look like a keeper of the children of Obscura to you?
No, but you certainly have a lot more perception to things.
Maybe you should work on that too.
Well,
So we want to go find Kay and see if she can do anything about the blood. Get anything from the blood,
it's,
and then close
Yeah.
everything up, and then investigate the test room. Okay.
Do a
Hey,
investigation.
Ace. Don't let anybody come into this room, except for me, unless I tell you so. Okay?
It's just like
Please. Please.
he walks out of the room and he comes back and he has like a ramshackle like giant great axe. He just stands there at the thing.
I forgot. They pull out the armor pieces. These are yours, buddy.
He sits on him because he has no idea what to do. He's like,
All right, we'll figure it out later.
Don't eat them.
Don't eat them. Do not eat any of these pieces.
So do an investigation to try and find Cayenne.
Yes. Holler. Cayenne, we need your help.
You hear squeaking down the hall.
21.
Someone yelling at you.
do we here need help? No.
Millam's like, that appears to be Nikolai screaming for Cayenne.
Okay.
And go look for her with a 8.
21.
21. You hear this yelling and shouting and
I'm just walking.
That's all I'm doing. I'm just yelling loud so, if she's just down the way, she can respond if she wants.
Considering I don't know the actual, what would be yardage or square footage of this place where I'm located, could be at an upper level or it could be on the complete opposite side of the house.
Could be.
So that means I wouldn't rightly hear you at all.
Possibly.
it is on the other side of the house at the ground level.
I'm just going through the house, just, as you would if you're calling for someone that you know is in the same building with you, but you don't know where they're at.
You walk into the kitchen and Millam is there with Scabbard and you see him working on wood carving and
Yeah.
Millam's like, oh, you're out of the secret room. I'm glad you didn't die from it.
So am I. There's some very interesting information.
It's secret room.
Yeah,
no one
don't
said.
go in there yet until we find Cayenne because there's blood there and she maybe can do something about it. Or with it.
You walk into the atrium. Please make a deck save for me.
It's good to know.
Do not disturb everything. Ace has been
Oh,
informed to not let anybody pass it except for me unless I tell them
I
otherwise.
missed.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's somewhere around here. I'll
Damn.
help you look.
I rolled
Thank you.
better when I missed.
And I'll go with
8.
8.
Nikolai.
Fuck, now the birds are gonna try to kill me again.
Nice
You walk
to
in the
hear you.
room and you
Is
step
Vice
on
here?
something.
No.
Okay.
And
She was.
you turn around, Cayenne, as this like Venus flytrap just comes down and whoomp. It just picks him up, and you see his little feet kicking as he's lifted into the air, and you can see all his saliva just dripping from it.
I'm gonna touch the plant and say no.
Roll nature?
Yeah, I am
That would-
struggling with everything I've got.
It's just starting to constrict around you like a
How's
boa
it feel to be
constrictor.
attempted to be eaten there,
Modified
Mongo?
20.
You go, you do your thing, you tell the plant no, and it just and it
Oh
spits
good,
you out.
I'm a loogie.
And you hit the ground, you slide a little bit on the ground, and you're just saturated in like this viscous goo.
Did he step on a vine? Did you step on something?
Why the fuck are you plants trying to eat me? It's bad enough red and blue have tried to kill me.
Feisty comes over.
Well, if you stepped on one of its vines, it probably hurt, as if someone stepped on your tail.
I didn't mean to step on a vine.
I know.
Translation?
So you should watch your step. You know better. You're a cat.
Yep.
Also, Red and Blue like you. Also, look, they have a baby.
I'm sorry, fucking what?
You're just living like one trauma after another at this moment. Points over to like you can see like underneath like one of the platforms that are here for like plants. Red and Blue off into like a corner where there's like a nest there, and you can get slight ever tiny little glimpse of an egg there.
Yeah, I'm staying far away from that.
Like, not even going to enter the room anymore.
Yeah, in fact, I'm getting the fuck out.
You see, Mongo gets up and walks out of the room very quickly,
Watching my step to not step on anything other than just floor.
leaving a trail of slime behind him.
I'm cleaning myself as much as possible. Thank God prestidigitation
I'm-
a fucking cantrip.
I'm just going to assume that Mongo came in there for a reason and step out.
As you cast prestidigitation, you see Mongo. I need you to make a con check, please.
Fuck.
These are Cayenne's mom's plants.
And you get the very exotic stuff.
18.
18. As you're you're casting a spell and you're finding the viscousness of this, it's starting to like seep in a little bit and like numb your body, and you're like, oh no. That it's actually feeding off the magic to make you weaker.
Get this fucking shit off of me!
Is this some sort of poison?
I'll.
Going to the fucking bathroom and washing off the fucking hard way.
I was gonna say I
Not going to go
would
too old-fashioned.
respectfully ask if I could help clean Mongo.
Cayenne does that, and she cleans you off and gives you a nice bubble bath. And you're realizing that her mom's plants are infused with some sort of abilities, but specifically that one, where if you try to cast magic while that saliva is on you, it's going to make you weaker too. You can't fight back.
That's actually pretty cool.
I know, I'll be asking Cayenne to grab some of that later. Because we're gonna fucking need it.
So you're gonna fill Cayenne on the events that happen while she's giving you a bath.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
By the way, how sharp is your glaive?
I'm with
I-
Nikolai. We're just looking
Looking for
Burn
Cayenne, yeah.
the bullet.
Found you target.
You
Who?
bump into Osling and
Hello.
you can't. You're probably like, which sister
Remember
is
how we
this?
told you about that little cheap knockoff?
I'm gonna look for the
That
crows because I know
Nikolai's
that's
father
one way.
made himself?
No, they're in the room.
So, an
hanging out on the
identical
perch.
copy of
Uh,
Nikolai's dad,
Perception.
who
So we
has
see
the
Austin?
personality,
Yeah.
the
You know where your
looks,
sister is?
the mannerisms that we wouldn't be
Okay.
able to tell the
Yeah,
difference
you instantly
if we
recognize her because
tried.
you can see her scars.
Oh, this
Yeah.
one's lost.
And that's
its
the
fucking
easiest way
mind.
for you to identify them is like, okay, Osling has way more
And
scars.
apparently doesn't like
Yeah.
it.
And you pick up on that, you're like, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's Osling.
Hello, Aslan.
She also dresses more grimmer.
Actually, she's dressed very
the
much
point
nobly at this
Where he
point
decided
because she
to
has
make
to do
some
that.
Friends
It's like a quilted, like, upper type of vest and
that have
with
very
feathers
particular clothes.
and other accessories to go with it. And she's like, boys,
How you
You know where
doing?
your sister is?
she
I'd
wandered
be
off,
more than
and
willing
I'm
to
not
help
sure
with
where
the-
she's at.
Okay.
They're friends of
We
said
might
copy,
need your help
but
with something.
since
Yours
it's
and Cayenne's.
Nikolai's father who created
Wait,
said
okay.
copy, he should be the
Oh,
one to have
you
to
said
look
there was
them
blood?
dead in the
Yeah.
eye
Wait,
and
Cayenne deals with
exterminate
blood,
them.
not awesome.
okay, who's injured?
No one's injured?
Because his father
Uh,
created said
I
copy.
still don't know the whole story. He
Oh
hasn't
no, the
told me
fucker's
anything.
gonna die. Bloody.
We found a secret room
Multiple
that
times in all
has
possible.
lots of information in it, and me and Mongo were able to get a lot of
But
information.
effectively,
But the person that left
he
the blood
lost his
there,
shit and orchestrated the downfall. of
the
parents.
person that we got the information on left some of their blood in there.
And thanks to the
Okay,
gentleman
So
I
we're
spent
hoping
time with,
Cayenne can
you were the only one.
get
who
some
knows this
information that we weren't able to get from that blood.
I I will go wait at the room.
This lady over
Ace has been instructed not to allow anybody in.
I'd like to see him try to stop me.
Same. I'll hold her.
Please
Oh,
don't.
fuck.
Please don't.
Only you know this. But
Okay.
Thank you.
Millum,
I was-
join me.
Just
I
minutes
received
there?
information
And
about a
Millum,
group that was for
Like, I need a ride. And she holds her
essentially
hand
the
down, and
downfall.
Millum climbs up her arm. And
You know, you
and
could
I'll-
be
who was
big size, Millum.
responsible for not only
That's just weird.
enslaving
It's
other
so
races,
much easier to get
finding
around.
where they fit in within the dwarven
Because
empire
Nikolai is
so
always
they're
full size
useful.
here.
I don't know, I always
But they
figured
were
it's
part
pretty useful to
of
be somewhat
The
small like
reason
you.
the obscure
I mean, you
fell
can
as
get into
well.
places that there's no way I would ever be
Oh,
able to
good. We
fit.
get to kill them
Yeah, I
all
know,
away.
but I don't need to do that right now.
Um,
I
So
guess
you're
we'll
pretty
meet
handy
you,
with others' blood,
Where,
right?
where is this room?
I can do
It's one of the
decent
tinkering
things
rooms.
when I
Yeah.
have absolute focus.
Millum knows where
and
it's at if you're
I
going
s-
to
set,
go there.
You
Oh.
go with Oslane
set
and
things
Millum.
to a very
Uh,
specific set of questions, and I'm not asked to ask this, that, the other,
you know
and the
what?
third.
Nah, because I'm gonna go with.
Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and
turns out
find Cayenne.
Oh, I'm gonna go with the family, not
When
not
crazy
Mellum or
coffee-
Oslane.
Well,
Well,
they
not
are
family, huh?
They
Wow.
are family, but
Damn.
I'm gonna go with.
left a little bit of his blood behind.
I'm gonna go with them because I know we gotta talk to Cayenne
Figured you
too,
might wanna take
and
a
it'd
look.
be easier if we all like know what the hell's going on because
Yeah.
I still don't know. But yeah, I'll go with Nikolai and try and help find Cayenne.
You're just going in every
Investigation
room, knock
was
on
you.
every door.
Pretty much, just knocking on doors. Cayenne.
Why
Investigation.
didn't my
Give it
father
a
like put
shot.
a intercom system in here?
You said investigation.
Give it a
Yes.
shot.
24.
19.
24. You guys are wandering around looking for Cayenne and Mongo now, and you guys both pause as you hear talking coming from in the bathroom of both of them.
Oh.
Muffled.
Hey, you guys in there?
The fuck you want?
I need your help. We need your help.
I'm busy. It can wait.
This is apparently important.
Where's
They're
Mongo?
probably asking about the thing I just talked to you about.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Mongo? What happened?
Fucking plans.
There's a plant I would love you to meet. Go ahead and check in the atrium.
No, thank you.
Actually, some of the saliva would come in very handy.
More important stuff right now.
Apparently blood.
So the exact same thing that Mongo already described to me that
Wait,
I said I
hold
could.
on.
Been
Is,
looking
is
for
it
you.
the old one that we just found, or is this like new one that
It's the
came
same
from
stuff
like?
we've been looking for.
Okay, I just look. Sometimes we turn around and one of us is fucking bleeding. Usually one of you two. Usually Scav.
He's not wrong.
Well, hurry up.
Give him some time. We'll meet you over in the tinkering room where it's at. Mongo knows, I guess.
So you all
Yeah, he was there.
You all convene on the room. Eventually, you're nice and cleaned and fluffy.
Yeah.
In relatively good shape now. And
Still
yeah.
traumatized, presumably.
Yeah, you guys get to that room and Sunny walks in and she has her plant and she's like, "You guys all came in here and nobody invited me. I guess you guys don't want to be around me." Where she starts walking out of the room.
Sonny,
Oh,
that's not true.
Wait, Sonny.
Sonny.
This is actually important for you.
Yeah.
She sets the plant on the table. And she just talks to the plant. "It's okay. Don't worry. I'll come back for you."
Anything
One thing at a
else
time,
that
Sonny.
fucking
We were
plant,
just
I'm
trying to
gonna
find
do
Cayenne because she's the
Everything.
next person to do something here.
No, Sonny, we found something, kind of a major clue on the motherfucker who decided to lose his shit and orchestrate the downfall of the parents.
Well, I wish I knew that.
Oslane, she's like,
Well, instead of telling the story 8 times, I figured, I'd tell it one time.
Oslane's like,
That's kind of really
Stop
important need to know.
talking, or I will stitch your mouth shut.
Please do.
Mongo, speak.
Nikolai and Millen found basically a puzzle to a hidden workshop of Nikolai's father. We started poking around, did our thing, and it turns out that the copy that Nikolai's father made of himself,
Seems to have gone mad.
yeah, lost his fucking marbles, started ranting about how dare they keep a secret, and decided to end all of them.
Well,
He seems to have been part of the problem.
He seems to be the problem.
Possibly, yes.
well,
So,
any sort of clone tends to be rather more unhinged than their creator because they can't deal with the fact that they're a clone. It's a very dangerous ground to walk.
so your father made a clone and let it stick around for a long time, and it went mad.
You know he made a clone. I told you this.
So he
Or a
kept
copy
it
of
around
himself.
for long enough for it to go crazy.
Wouldn't it had been smarter for him to put it down?
Unless the clone was smart enough to have a falseness about it in the presence of the others.
Or maybe just it was a time thing. Maybe,
From my-
maybe Rurik didn't know it was going to be this long.
From my primitive understanding of clones, they have the same values and intelligence as their maker to a degree. So this thing could have been as smart as
Rurik
Rurik.
could have been. And like I said, could have been a very long time. Maybe they're not supposed to last that long. I don't know.
Sunny's just sitting there very quiet. She's like, I've heard things about clones that some of them tend to be fragments from other existences that follow different paths and given a certain temptations. Millam's like,
Interesting.
they're not, so they're not exactly sane. Well, they're a fragment of. Ozzy's like, they're a clone. It's like if you took Mongo and you made a second Mongo. But the difference is Mongo has his ambitions, what he wants to do. The clone now has its own. Well, it has to listen to Mongo. It can do its own thing, follow its own path, and it can form jealousy against its maker.
So there's a mad mouse somewhere that caused all this.
All the sisters point to Nikolai.
No!
Not that level of mad. We're talking insane. More insane.
Fuck you all!
So there's the potential of an insane clone out there that not only was potentially the reason, if not one of the reasons for the end of our parents, but could potentially still be out there and would want the end for us.
Oh,
Could
A
be.
clone.
And
it
his
could-
blood is sitting right there.
wouldn't that would mean that it would know everything about
that everything that Rurik knew at the time that this copy was made, it would probably know.
This is
Ozzy's
a very big problem.
like, it's a mouse. It's not very big.
I mean, it ended the Obscura.
Well,
That's pretty fucking big.
okay, so it may have ended Obscure. It may have not ended it. It may be the thing that's hunting us right now.
Sunny speaks up. Look, I don't mean to be the grim person here, but the Obscura are dead. Let's
Yes.
face the facts.
Yes.
What we have in advantages is we're not the Obscuras.
This is true.
But we are their legacy.
Osling's like, she has a point. You're the legacy, but you're all very different than your parents, even though you follow their footsteps.
Yeah.
You can't predict different variables.
We do have one advantage, probably. Whatever this clone knows probably doesn't know everything about us. We were a pretty big secret.
Like it may this Rurik copy may have been the one that helped or caused the Obscura to fall.
How do you pronounce Rurik backwards?
Figure it out, bud.
The
Osling looks
Sure.
over at you. Sister,
negative Rurik.
from what we've seen of our own parents, they kept their own list of secrets away from the rest of the Obscura.
Yes.
I'm sure the others did the same, so
Probably,
Rorik
I
doesn't
mean-
have the whole...
Doesn't have everything.
Mustache Rorik doesn't have the whole puzzle.
Mustache Rurik. Mustache work. What?
From a far land where I've traveled, that evil people tend to have mustaches. It's
Okay.
specifically...
So we have my dad Maggie and Goatee Maggie?
Goatee Maggie. Evil Goatee Maggie.
So,
So we have an possible advantage. This is good.
But
Apparently,
our parents have been gone for about 15, well, no, about 18 or 19 years now. So it's, we don't know if this copy of Rurik caused the Obscura to fall, or this copy of Rurik is what is continuing to hunt us now.
It's very possible it might not even be around anymore.
Possibly. Don't know. Is there anything you might be able to glean from its blood?
you
Because
might
there
be
it
able
is.
to bring him back just to send it back to wherever the fuck it
Alone,
came
yes.
Okay.
With no interference.
Okay.
from. You tell us what you need, we will make it happen.
Osling looks over, would you like my assistance?
Since you are versed in this as well, yes.
So, before we actually jump into that, we're going to go ahead and take our break for 30 minutes.
Already?
Yeah,
Dang.
because this is a pretty heavy drop here. And then we'll get into the rifling of blood.
Alrighty.
So, we're going to leave it at that. We're going to take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, stretch our legs. I'm going to get yelled at by the group about, like, holy shit, what are you doing?
You can yell that, but I do have a couple questions.
So, we'll be back in
Shocking,
30 minutes
no one.
after we get
Shocking.
some food in us and drinkies.
of the things and this is something for Nikolai. He no longer has to hold that enchantment on the dwarven sword anymore.
Hello, we are back, and we're going to go ahead and jump into the rest of this session and see how this party plays out. And you and Osling are going to go play in Dried Blood.
Yes. See if we're able to see what was spoken of earlier or more.
Yeah, you can most certainly do that. Osling gets her kit. I'm sure you get your kit as well, so that you can work with Osling, and you both head downstairs into this room. It's a narrow pathway. It's uncomfortable because sometimes you brush the walls. It's meant to be a hidden pathway, not accessible to most people. If you were any bigger like your parents, you wouldn't be able to come down here. It was meant to be a secret place for specifically Rurik or smaller races.
And assuming that we can't use the same effect to shrink our size at all going down here.
Not really. You're at like the size you would return to something akin to your normal size or the neutral size essentially. Whereas Mellum, she's just like her normal tiny size because that's what she prefers, and so is Sunny. So you get down to the bottom, and you see the door that's broken off the hinges and the low light that's within this actual room. And Osling, she's behind you, and she's like, I don't like how narrow this is.
I don't either. But it makes me wonder if Rurik would create something like this, and all of our parents kind of had secrets. You think our parents may have had something like that?
I don't think our parents would stoop to the level of madness of making a clone.
I didn't mean clone.
I think our parents would actually, more or less, plan for the worst, possibly with gear or resources that we could pull from, but I'm assuming that they would be hidden.
That's what I'm wondering, if they have their own hidden room here. That, from what I understand, this room was basically unlocked because items were placed like puzzle pieces throughout this room. That room.
She crosses her arms a little bit, and she's like, huh, perhaps, and I don't know. There has to be a room that I haven't been to yet where it would be.
What did you think of unfortunately, the plant that nabbed Mongo earlier? I feel terrible that happened. Oh, you haven't seen the flytrap plant yet?
The what?
Mother actually, it seems like she has a huge atrium, like, conjoined with our parents' room.
That might be a good area to look for secrets.
I want you to see that plant.
Also, Red and Boo have been rather scarce lately.
That is because they have an egg.
Adopted or natural?
I do not know. But from what it seems like, from how protective they are, I assume it is theirs.
Right. Well, congratulations. Your children have had a child. You're a grandmother now.
I'm a nanny. Awesome. Or would that be a nanny?
Hey.
Goddess to goblins and now the grandchild of deadly birds.
She heads into the room with you and begins to examine the mess, and she looks at it and she's like, well, this room has seen better days.
From what was briefly explained is that I guess Nikolai's dad made a killer clone and he went crazy because of secrets and he left his blood behind pulling the door off.
She goes over and she goes to investigate it, and she's not finding it. She's rather oblivious to it. So if you want, you can do an investigation.
I must be oblivious too, because that was a 10.
Oh, with a 10, you do way better than her, and you notice a bloody little handprint on one of the actual tables that was left there. It's half on a document and half on the table.
Lead her over to it.
And she looks at it and she's like, "Yep, that's a mouse handprint, slightly smeared." So, first thing we need to do is get rid of the wiggly finger circle and create our own. So, and she begins to just, she grabs one of the pieces of parchment and she looks at it, and there's a bunch of formulas on it, and she begins to wipe down the actual, thing. I'm sure that hurts your soul.
Of the formulas? I don't give a shit about the formulas.
You never know, it could be a spell.
Mm.
And she's just using it to ruin the circle and smear it and get rid of it, and it takes a little bit of time. And
I would have been helping her with it, but I would have found any, useless pieces of paper and stepped on them. Like the trick you do when you don't want to bend down to clean up something wet in the floor. You step on a napkin and wipe.
yeah, that's essentially what she's doing, but she has a piece of paper under all four hooves so she can just shuffle.
That's odd. I'd be doing the same thing with her.
And she takes out the symbol of the deity
Horsey Roomba?
and begins to, she sets it in the center. Oh, hi, Fatso.
Just didn't make that jump.
No, he almost slid off because there's nothing securing the blankie there.
And she pulls out her dagger and she puts it at the side of her elbow, and she just drags it all the way down along, and just her blood just starts pouring out. And she begins to make the blood circle, essentially.
She doesn't fucking just T2 the thing, does she?
No,
Okay.
but it is a deep laceration from here all the way down, essentially. It's like half the scars aren't even from her. At this point, half of them are from her past, and she wears her scars like trophies. And she's just going through and very elegantly making this circle. And she finishes, and she just pulls out a piece of cloth and just wraps her arm, and it's quickly just turning vibrant red.
I'm gonna see. Let's see. I was gonna try to see if my blade would do anything.
The healing one?
Yeah, for her arm.
Yes, it would actually allow you to lay on hands.
I'll do that for her.
You go over and you catch her arm and you do this, and while you have the blade within your hand, and you can just see the blood essentially stop flowing as the wound closes. It's going to be a gnarly scar to add to her collection. But and then she takes something else out. It's something you've never seen before, and it's a glowing red orb. Almost like a solidified droplet of blood, but there's a glow in the middle of it that's almost like an amber color. And she walks over to her holy symbol and just very gently sets it on top, and you see it suspended in the air, glowing. You can inquire about that.
I think I definitely will, because that's definitely different and I've never seen that before.
You can tell she's working on definitely a higher level of casting the spell to help. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, that's actually a crystal of a damned soul. It's hard to get a hold of and very rare. But offering a damned soul to the lady allows her to basically take retribution on someone that has done wrong in the world, which is another form of an offering for her. It allows her to pass judgment on someone that you're offering, essentially, that's done something wrong in the world.
I'd never thought about that.
You primarily get them from devils or black markets, and they're usually fairly expensive.
I would think you would get them from what I guess normal society would deem less reputable places.
Some tieflings actually collect them. It's just finding those tieflings that do. And it gives off this light, illuminates the room in this red hue, as almost like if you're filtering light through it, and it's just basking this room in the crimson and orange colors. And she's like, "Alright, let's begin." And she steps into the circle on one side, offers her hand to you, and her other hand on the other side, so that you're basically holding hands with the symbol in the middle and the orb in the middle. And she's like, "What are we looking for exactly?"
I assume we would be looking for any information regarding on if this clone, in fact, was the reason for the fall, or if they had a connection to a group that worked together with the cloaks that we've seen before.
Okay. Let's go ahead and begin. Roll your religion. You have advantage because she's assisting.
Okay, Mouse, if you could wake up, that'd be nice.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
My legit doesn't want to function.
Hello, do you want to play a game? It's called How Many Times Can I Stab You Before You Die?
Is that one Grey Cloak's favorite game?
That Grey Cloak is a one-track mind.
With advantage, that's a 13.
Alright. It takes some time, and you feel that ebb of reaching out to the lady, and the room just kind of, you feel the room getting heavier as you draw her in her presence. And as you're standing there, you see one of the priestesses appear next to you, and Osling holds your hand so you don't break the contact. And this priestess is not dressed in the typical white. She's in black with silver. And she's wearing almost like a jester's type of crown, but it comes down, and instead of bells, it's blades. And she just reaches out. You see her fingers are incredibly long, and she just grabs the orb and withdraws it in these long, elegant, beautiful sleeves. And she smiles, and her teeth are just razor sharp, almost like a shark. And she just raises it up and just drops it into her mouth, and she swallows it. And she bows very gently, and just as you blink, she's gone. And Osling's like, the offer's been accepted. And everything just ripples black again, and you find yourself standing in this room in the past, pulling into the various blood that was left within the room. You can see it glowing vibrantly, as if it's calling out to you, as if it's part of the spell now. And you see what they had saw, that this clone of Rurik came into the room, muttering about secrets, madness, racking its mind as it searches around the room, not caring about its injuries, leaving evidence of its presence here. If you want, you can do an investigation on it.
I will. With the 21.
21. And you're watching this, and it's very much a resemblance. You can see the family resemblance between Nikolai and this Ruik character, or clone. And they're wearing a blood red cloak, and there is a single line of gray, almost like a marker of some sort. And you see them going through the notes and whispering to themselves about how they're going to destroy the Obscura. And the room just ripples again, and it's like someone grabbed your stomach and just pulled it, like and like kind of pulled it and twisted it, like if something, a really fast acceleration. And you see Rurik from the point of view of this person. And Rurik's like speaking to this clone, talking about various plans. And the clone is listening intently about this and nodding and agreeing. And after they're done speaking, the clone leaves and nods, making notes on some sort of scroll. The early signs that it's showing jealousy and wants to pick apart the Obscura, wants what they have, the amount of power they have. Knowing that Rurik would never allow them to ascend to that, the jealousy starting to form. That Rurik wanted the clone to essentially stay in the shadows and never be seen by the world, to carry out a protection. And it ripples again, and it's a sudden pull again with your stomach. This time in a different direction. And you see from the point of view of this Ruik, they're using the permitted arcane spells that they have. And they're walking through the forest, and every time they see a creature, they're just annihilating it. And they're just, every time they annihilate a creature, they mention one of the Obscura's names. And then you're just pulled back, and you're standing in that room with Osling, and she goes off to the side, and she just throws up. She's like, oh, I really hate that. Oh my god, why? She's like, why does it always feel that way? Yeah, you're feeling it in like the back of your throat. It's like waking up with morning sickness mixed with acid reflux.
Yep.
Probably like after a really bad binger, essentially.
Ugh. Gross.
So, with that information, and all the blood just instantly turns to ash, fading away because of the blood magic. Hosling's like, well, I guess that son of a bitch is on the hit list.
I'm gonna do a quick look around to see if I see the scroll that was written down
Okay.
upon.
Do an investigation.
Or see a part of it. With a 17.
With the 17, you do find a piece of parchment, and you don't find anything that's prevalent to you, but you do see something that as a relation to one of your family members, it hurts. And it mentions Sigurd break his religion. And the other note you see is of underneath that. It's very hastily written. It's not clean, and it says break the prophecies of Ithos.
Jesus. Yeah, this clone shouldn't be in existence anymore. If it isn't already wiped off the face of this plane.
Ozin's like, how bad is the situation for us?
I'm going to show her the notes.
She looks at it and she's like, I'm not as familiar with the parents as you are.
Sigurd is King Sigurd, Scav's father, and Ithos is his mother.
Oh. And I'm guessing they were pretty special with religions.
If I remember correctly, Scav's father was a paladin of Bahamut.
The silver god, the dragon god.
Mm-hmm.
The good one.
Yes. I don't remember much about Ithos other than she's, well, a dragon.
She just looks baffled for a moment and she's like, hold on. You mean the kobold went after a dragon?
You will have to ask Scav to try to explain that logic to you, because he's the only one that can fathom it, apparently.
I understand some creatures within the realms like it thick. As the bards would say.
And Tom's broken.
We should report our findings once we can formulate them clearly. Mainly because we have someone absent.
Yes.
So the sisters eventually come upstairs, and Osling's not too blunt about it. She just hands you this scroll, Scabbard.
Take it.
And you read the note that about your parents.
Give me a moment, guys. Hand this back to me.
She hands it back to you. She's like, that's yours to keep.
Alright. I need a moment. Thank you. And, just gonna stay off to the side and just contemplate this for a bit.
Do you want to see the scroll?
I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you see the same thing.
What prophecies?
You can share what your mother was. She was a mystic, and she often had visions of the future.
Well, you already know this, Mongo. I don't know if I ever shared this with you, Aslan, but my father was, like me, a gemstone kobold. My mother, she was a dragon. She was also a mystic. She had certain insights. She was able to see things others couldn't, predict futures and outcomes. One of the reasons why she was such a remarkably powerful and great leader. And she was what was there to basically keep my father in check. And, yeah. It's, I don't know what that means to try and break one's fate. go against a prophecy. Is that even possible?
Sonny speaks up. If you put enough discourse in someone's belief in the future and what they can do, they won't believe it anymore
That is true.
and try to change course.
Everything that has happened she probably saw, but that also means that if things are corruptible, then what she saw was probably just one of the many possible ways that things.
Speak up a little bit.
I don't.
Hey, elevate your
Oh.
voice a little bit.
I don't know how to. I don't know what to think about this.
You wouldn't happen. It's out of place for me to ask. You wouldn't happen to have any of your mother's blood laying around, would you?
Would I actually?
You would probably give her that look.
There might
You
be
know.
some on her sword. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in battle one tends to get a little leaky.
It's a long shot, but
We just fucking break.
technically, I have her blood.
No, it's your blood. I would see things of you.
Yeah, you trust me, you don't want to.
I really don't want to see the intimate moments between him and Kippa.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna head up to the room and see if I can find anything in there. Anything at all. What do you want me to roll for this?
Investigation, man. How are you responding, Mongo? You can share what you found out.
That would be a 25. Is it 19?
Other than the obvious, the clone needs to die, but it should be at Nikolai's hand. Since it's the only thing that
Oh,
remains.
can we take turns?
The clone resemble whose
25.
father make it hurt.
You're looking around the room
Yeah, we
for
can all take turns making
anything.
him hurt. Making him
Just
cry.
searching the entire room up and down and looking around, pulling things out.
Nikolai's father created that monster.
And
He should feel pain.
it
Like,
takes
can
a
I
good
even, like,
while.
break a kneecap
You
or
can take
something?
20 if you
You
want.
can injure
I
the
will
clone.
definitely take 20. I'm spending as much time as I can to try and find something.
But emotionally, I want Nikolai to feel pain for this.
Fair, Nikolai didn't do this.
I know,
It was
It was
this
his-
paranoid dumbass father.
which is why he should feel some emotional pain from it.
You do
Because if it
eventually
weren't his
find
father
what
creating that
you
clone,
do find,
Correctus would still be here.
an area where it was kind of like a small triage area, and you find various like broken pieces of
But-
metal that have dried blood, a
The
dagger that
information
has
that I
dried blood,
found was
some chainmail that's been punctured.
this clone was full on jealous.
Gather what I can, take it back.
He was listening to Rorik's plans for
that
the
would
future.
drive anyone insane.
Well, he was listening to Rorik's plans, and then after he had left and Rorik had his back turned, he was in his own notebook making his own notes and was using arcane spells that he was permitted to use by Rorik or whoever to completely annihilate animals and other creatures in the forest alone while mentioning names of the Obscura with each annihilation.
Oh, good, he's completely off his fucking rocker. Yay! Full psychopath.
So, Scabbard comes walking in with an arm of various pieces of scrap and things like that that have blood all over them.
There was a triage area in the room, probably where they probably mended their wounds. These might have something there.
Okay. You want to help Cayenne?
I'll help her, because
I
this
will-
seems like that would take too long for just her.
I will help as well and
I'll
see if
try to
I
help.
can't detect some sort of draconic presence there.
She puts her hand up. No.
No? Okay.
Um,
I'll let you do your thing.
she says something that just throws you off for a loop because you see her arms wrapped and it's just soaked with her blood. The
This-
bandage.
Osling or Sunny?
Osling.
Okay.
It won't be a. Can you pay the price? I'm kind of tapped out at the moment. It doesn't have to be this gratuitous because that was a much larger spell to cast.
Scav, this is awkward to ask, or Mongo. Do either of you have just a normal, non-enchanted dagger with you?
I'm fairly certain I do.
Well, actually... Claw.
Feisty holds up hers and they look like fucking daggers.
Yes, I do have regular daggers.
Could I borrow one real quick?
Take one out.
I will take it. If you are squeamish from this, don't look.
Why?
Now Sunny goes over and you just hear as the cupboard closes from Sunny.
Literally
I make
above
sure
the
she has her
elbow,
plant.
all the way down to the thumb.
Yeah, you just see her do that and then all that blood just pouring out as she starts to make the religious circle.
I'm gonna make sure Sunny has her plant.
And you get splattered with some of her blood in the face.
Wipe it off. It's fine.
Gonna take
When
a
you're done,
step
just
back
let me
from
know.
the nook.
I'll heal you.
Yeah, so you're able to go ahead and work on the circle, religion. Your sister's going to help you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, was that with advantage? Because that was a 1.
I will give you advantage since your sister's helping, and you're helping a little bit, but you know not to interfere with other gods'
Yeah.
mojo.
I'm gonna help in what I can, but I'm not gonna, like, try and do anything.
Because with advantage, that's a 15.
Yeah, when you first start, you push in, and you can feel it hit that tendon that's right in there that sends a
Pop.
shock right all along your arm.
This is fine.
Yeah, and then you just pull it back out a little bit, and then just drag it the rest of the way and go about making the actual circle.
Mild twitching in a finger for a little bit until healed.
Just pain. And then, you finish it, and you can do your lay on hands.
Actually, I'll do more than lay on hands. I'll go ahead and do some, let's do cure wounds, actually. It's a little bit stronger. Make sure, a little bit of medicine first, make sure things are right. That is a 15 for medicine.
Yeah, you watch as the flesh starts to knit itself back together along your arm and the muscle healing and recovering. Your arm stops steaming from that hitting the nerve.
And that's 10 points of
That's
healing.
gonna be a gnarly scar because it's literally going from like right here all the way up.
And
Does
you're,
it match the one on the other arm?
you're realizing that
no.
it's a very bloody affair to praise the
other
blood
scar
goddess.
goes around this arm
Oh.
because it was wrapped around, but it looks
It's
like
10,
thorns
10
sticking
10
off of it because
10
of how the
recovered
wire was
there.
made.
Are you okay? That looks painful.
I'll tell you, it doesn't tickle.
Place my, first, ask for
Osling looks at
permission.
you very bluntly as you go to do this, and she's like, would you like to experience it yourself?
Felt similar. It's not pleasant. Is this okay? I'm asking
Yes.
permission before I try and heal him.
He's asking to touch his sister.
Okay, Kaya?
Yeah, she gave permission, man.
Place my hands there and, like last time, horns glowing as he just heals you.
Yeah, you see like little arcs of holy magic between the various fragments of the horns that are floating there, causing them to like spin a little bit. It's odd to
They're
see.
going like turbines.
No, they're just like, it's like nudging a rock in zero gravity, essentially. It just kind of tumbles ever so slightly. And you see one of them actually just break apart from the actual impact, becoming fragmented. And you hear like small pop.
Okay. I've been having those weird things happen all week.
And Osling just looks at you and it's this look of just like, if you would roll intimidation. That's a 19 on the die there. She just looks at you and she's like, yeah, I'm sure you had a nice week because you still reek of darkness.
Damn.
Yeah.
Whatever you stepped in, I don't want any part of it.
It's hopefully nothing like it ever happens again. It won't happen again. I won't allow it to.
And she adds yet another odd trinket you've never seen. She takes it out, and it looks like a piece of glass that from like some sort of mirror or something that's been broken, and it doesn't reflect anything. It should be reflecting because it is shiny, but it's not reflecting anything. She goes and sets it down, and she says something in Druidic. And it's, while you're praying to the blood god, she simply says, "Forgive me, goddess, I need to ask the favor of another deity. Only for this time."
That gives me a little clue. If you would like to ask for assistance, you should ask for forgiveness for asking for assistance.
From someone else, yeah. Makes sense.
And as you're standing there in the room, all of you, it goes completely black. And it's like you can't see any objects except for the glowing blood circle and each other.
Whoa, that's pretty crazy.
And you see each of you actually see it for the first time, one of the blood goddess priestess coming out. And she walks to Osling. And she leans in and hugs Osling ever so gently. And she whispers something to her. And she takes Osling's arm that freshly healed and removes the bandages. And you just see the wound just splay completely back open. And she holds her hand up, and you see her just pull blood out like strands. And you see Osling go more pale than she already is, and catch herself a little bit. And you hear the whispers of this voice. You have maintained instead. You are forgiven. And as you guys watch, and you're watching Osling, you look back to where that figure was, they're gone.
Damn. That was crazy. What the heck happened there?
Osling's like, she comes over to you very gently, Cayenne, and she leans on you as her blood you see her arm just pouring blood. And you're like, I can't interfere yet. And she's like, we need to get this done quickly or I'm going to bleed out.
Be working on doing this as quickly as I can while being efficient.
The sooner we take care of this, the sooner I can help with that, but I'm not doing anything until this is done.
To quote a video, that went from 0 to Alabama real fast. So, you finish, and religions. Not from you. You're not part of this. You know better. You're simply an observer.
11.
11. As you cast this on these items, you see them glow softly. You see the blood becoming as vibrant and glowing as you saw downstairs. And this other figure steps out of the shadows. And you're just feeling the aura of fear from this god. And you can't quite picture them. They're slightly out of focus. But you can see that they're covered in all these gold tribal-like markings of various different kinds of worship that they have. And they look to Osling. And
Alright.
they reach out and they turn their hand. And you can feel Osling become cold next to you. And you guys see it. She's crying a little bit from how much pain she's in, but she's not saying anything. And the thing lowers its hand down. And the entire room feels just like, almost like a slight tremor of an earthquake. And you find yourself standing in back in that room of yours where the sword's embedded in the wall. But instead of being embedded in the wall, it's leaning against the one of the tables. And you see your father and your mother essentially just talking back and forth about things. About the encounter that they had, and he's like, yeah, you shouldn't go flying across the mountain and playing skip down the side. And Ithos is like, if I didn't go tumbling down the side, the centaurs wouldn't have had an opening, and they wouldn't have been able to fastball special you. And Sige just pauses for a moment, he yanks out a piece of metal, and she's like, he's like, look, a giant killer worm is not something that I want to be fastballed into. Much less one that's a hydra. And you're seeing the parents in all their presence. If you want, you can do a nature. What are you looking for specifically here?
So are we being shown these visions? Oh, okay.
$11.
11. You're looking at you can see the resemblance that his dad is definitely a gemstone kobold.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at Ithos specifically. That's not a white dragon. That's something else.
So is this kind of like I think I saw it in kind of like, is it like a 3D hologram, or is this like in our mind?
It's like you're standing in the room itself.
So I could theoretically walk into the room and look at Ithos in her eyes.
Yeah, you can walk around and watch it and everything. It's like being on the holodeck
Yeah,
in Star
okay.
Trek, but not interacting with it.
That's pretty cool.
It's like every vision we've been shown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was in our mind or like a 3D hologram.
Yeah, but this is significantly, it's like freezing here, like very, very cold. Like, this is reaching far.
I'm gonna pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen for names or look for things that I don't recognize that were not in the room.
Hey, you're seeing the beauty of your mother.
Any open books?
Investigation. Are you looking for anything?
I'm just listening and waiting on what I'm supposed to be looking for.
22.
Okay. What about you?
Wondering if this is where Scav's affection for flying came from.
You can see his dad was a little bit against being fastballed without permission.
22. Looking for any open books, any letters that aren't
Yeah,
enveloped or anything like that.
same thing. Looking around for any sort of additional information.
Natural.
Yep. Natural 20.
Just trying to gather whatever information I can.
11.
I don't really know exactly what I'm looking for, but I'm
You-
just mostly listening for names and looking for things that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's really no names given within this. They're talking about, the adventure they were just on, and they mention a purple worm hydra. And dealing with that situation, and that basically the entire party took a tumble down the side of a mountain into a ravine and was not pleasant.
Probably not. Yeah.
But they basically, after the entire thing was done, they had hydra for dinner. Especially your parents are like, fuck that fucker for throwing us up a goddamn cliff because we're centaurs. But you look at your mother, and from the studies with Kippa and going to the library, that's no white dragon you've ever seen in any state.
What do they look like?
Your mother?
Yeah.
So she's large. She's a big girl. But you can tell that she's brought herself down to this form, but her head is more triangular. It comes to a triangular. And her horns go straight back. Almost like ram-like, but they're almost like blades.
That's pretty cool.
And it's like, you can see like her eyes are... her crown comes down basically to protect her head. So if she were to lower her head, it would protect her eyes from any incoming damage.
In the varying studying of the arcane, have I seen anything? Any
Do-
descriptions like?
Do a history or an arcane, or both. Test your luck there, bud.
Alright, first history, then arcana.
You do find an open
10.
parchment that catches your interest, Nikolai.
I'll go over to see if I can read it.
It's very blurry because it's not the focus of this.
Okay.
But you're seeing that it's a correspondence letter between
I can read Draconic, so.
it's a correspondence letter between Ithos and Kyan's mother,
Okay.
basically discussing a nature trick.
Oh, okay.
What'd you get there?
10 on history, 13 arcana.
13 on Arcana. You don't get much from this thing. You get the same thing that Ithos wasn't. It stands out more to you because you know Arcana and the various dragons and their elements. It's part of your teaching. Ithos isn't a white dragon.
So not one of the standard flavors.
Do you want to taste the rainbow?
Nope.
Go up and lick a black dragon? Oh, it tastes like death.
Does the
Well,
letter,
those are the acid flavored, right?
does the letter describe any location?
Nope. Actually, no. Black dragons of mine they just breathe pure necrotic rot.
Oh,
I'll take out
yay!
my parchment.
Tastes
and-
like death.
I'll take out my parchment and pen
Yep.
and just write down what it says.
And
Share
you're
it with Cayenne.
very abruptly pulled from this this memory that's probably very good for your soul, because Osling has passed out from blood loss. She just goes fully limp against you, and she's out. And you can see all the blood just pooled around where her arm was and down her side.
Jesus.
I'm gonna use my blade again. If I'm able to.
You can stab you to hell.
Roll a 1d4 real quick for me.
I hope she doesn't have to stab her. You can just like lay it on her or something.
No, if as long as you hold the blade, you can do lay on hands.
Basically,
for how
use a
many
lay on
charges
hand.
at
Okay.
hands.
That's cool.
That's a 3.
That's a 3. You have 3 charges for the time being, so you have 2 more.
It's gone, huh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep that image in my mind, but I can probably help here, Cayenne. With your permission, of course.
You can do your lay on hands. He can do whatever he's going to do. You got to give permission for Osling. She's on.
Nikolai.
I would,
Yeah.
but I'm already
that, right?
working on Osling.
Yeah.
Found a fun little note that I guess Ithos was writing to Cayenne's mom. I forgot her name.
Oh.
You hear that briefly off to the side.
I wrote it down. Figured Cayenne might enjoy it.
Nikolai,
What did you say? What?
do you think you can draw, like, sketch out what she was?
Yeah, because
That
I thought you said your mother was a white dragon.
That's what I
As
saw.
far as I'm
Very white
aware,
color.
she is, but I've never seen anything like that.
I point to where the image of her was.
Well, you're not in that room. It was in the other room.
It was in the bedroom.
Brigida.
Fajita?
Brigida.
Brigida.
Yes, it's Norse.
Okay.
I'm probably butchering it myself, but you would know the best way to say it.
Your mother's not a
Brigitte.
white dragon. Not even
Brigida?
fucking close. Dragon,
Brigida.
yes, but not one of your standard flavors there, bud.
No, clearly not.
Yeah,
Well,
Osling is heavy. You're trying to help Osling as well.
With Cayenne's permission.
Yeah, you reach out and you grab her arm ever so gently, and it is freezing cold. Like, she's lost probably a good amount of her own blood. And whatever price she had to pay probably took a hefty toll on her, from whatever that thing was.
Cayenne, may I?
I already said yes.
I
I'm
didn't
already
hear.
working on her. I kind of don't care if you help or
Yeah.
not.
And
My
as you're
sister's laying down bleeding, so.
And as you are looking around a little bit, Mongo, a little bit from the shell shock, you see the items that are presented just crumble into nothing.
Oh, shit.
This is probably going to take a lot of energy out of me, but I am expending all of my lay on hands. All 30 points of it.
Yeah. So you're able to.
I'll let Sunny know that the show's over.
Yeah. Sunny's like, okay. Okay. But you guys go through the rest of the night. You lay Osling down so she can sleep this off.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's
I'll
going to
try
need
to
to
mix
rest.
a little something, because she's probably going to feel like shit when she wakes up.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll probably
I'm pretty
try
sure
to...
someone's going to have questions about what was that other thing.
I have no idea if it helps, but this should negate any type of disease or poison.
Zerokeen says he loves your shirt.
And
Somebody fucking likes it. Thank you.
But look at the D4 that has a 20 on it.
Fucking nitpicky motherfucker.
Alright, what do you like to do?
and Cayenne would be letting me know what kind of fruits are Osling's favorite.
In my notes, yes, I actually took some notes. Player knowledge that one of her favorite drinks is an appletini.
Yeah.
But I figured that drink's going to be sitting around for a little while,
Damn.
so I'll try to mix up something that can basically hang out at room temperature
Yeah.
and be
Oh,
fine.
the other
that's
note I
candy
have to
orange.
give you is through the work of essentially modifying the spell of this place, it's now connected to the upper echelon as an actual home that people can go to, because going down to the Tinker's Row is a pain in the ass.
So from the palace, they can get into here?
You're in the upper crest now. So that you can just walk out and go straight to lefts, or go down to the mid, or whatever.
Oh,
you
okay.
you
So
basically...
they've moved this location from the Tinkerers Guild to someplace in the upper crest.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Osling worked with them, so it's actually secluded by trees and everything, and rather nice.
Oh, okay.
The next morning comes, and you're all getting up and about. Osling's look has a little bit more color to her.
Long rest?
Yeah.
God, I got all my spells back. Yay.
And you hear a very loud
presuming
I'll
and
go.
knocking on the door.
On the front door.
I'll go
Okay.
check front door.
Yeah.
I was gonna go to it.
Scabbard comes out behind you, walking up, like alongside your flank, so he doesn't get kicked. And
Like a stretch. Morning.
And,
Did you hear that too?
You do have your rope tied, right?
Yeah.
Diane's still on edge from the bullshit that happened to Osling.
yeah,
Speaking of which, how is she doing?
She has more color, but whatever the fuck that was, I'm not happy.
That took a lot of energy out of me yesterday, but hopefully it helped.
I'd like an apology, because that's fucked up.
After we did everything we did in that room, I
from
would've-
Scabbard.
No.
Oh,
After we did everything that we did in that room to identify stuff, I would have started cleaning it up, organizing it, straightening it up, try to categorize everything categorize everything that's in there, catalog everything that's in there, get an idea of what it is, then head to bed late in the evening.
okay. And you head to the front door, and you open it, and you see something that you're probably terrified of. You see essentially a Dracula parrot Aracora standing there.
The fuck?
What?
One of those
Dracula
real,
parrot.
Oh, Dracula parrot.
yeah, and they're wearing
I've heard this before.
these very beautiful robes, and they're almost like a pearlescent type of color. And they have a crown of like bones and trinkets, and you tell like these magical like runes and things.
Oh.
And they look to you, and they just tilt their head ever so slightly. Cayenne,
Oh, those
I've
are
come
people.
to test you on your sister, since I heard you were in my continent.
Oh, fuck.
I am the Archdruid of the Arcane Arts.
Shit.
Those are cool looking.
I apologize, but I will most definitely need to check on my sister's condition. Things happened
shit.
last night
Those are dope.
that required a sacrifice to be made to be able to identify a few things. Did not go the way I expected.
I don't think any of us were expecting that.
It is not for me to pry, as I have my own things to attend to. I will grant you this, because of the status of your mother. I will return in a week. Expect my visit.
May I kindly ask your name so that there's no surprises?
Purely a song. Expect it, Cayenne.
I will expect it. Oh,
In-
yeah.
She bows her head ever so gently and turns and walks off.
I would have bowed in return.
I have no idea what's going on, but I will respectfully bow. Look at
You
Cayenne.
just saw this terrifying Aracora.
We'll look over to Cayenne. What the hell was that? What was that about?
Mongo's just like, you come walking out of your room, stretching a little bit.
So, essentially, I'm going to need to fight that person, as well as Osling. To fight for Archdruid of this continent.
Right.
That seems a bit early.
You didn't get to see a single thing or hear who they were.
You have sorry.
From what
You have to fight Osling for that title.
that's what I wonder.
No, both of you would have to take the test and pass it and share the title. Because you are twins.
Mm-hmm.
You have to share everything unless one of you succeeds.
Yes.
Well, I have faith that you two can definitely do it. And it's just a matter of how soon Goslin can recover.
Perolia will be visiting back here in a week.
Yeah, you hear the name.
Any recognition there? Didn't
No,
think so.
you're like, what? Probably.
I know you said Perolia, Buzz, but did you say their last name was Windsong?
Song.
Song.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leah Song.
And they're a Dracula parrot, druid of the arcane.
Of the arcane arts. That's gonna... Fuck. That's gonna be fun.
A druid of the arcane.
You hear this.
Huh?
Oh.
Have I heard of one of those?
You've heard that there is a tribe of druids from the magic school that do actually use arcane infused with their druid magic. And you've heard whisperings that there is an archdruid of this area, and that's what she specializes in.
Well, that's pretty cool. A druid of arcane.
Talk about down and dirty magic. Alright.
It's definitely odd, but it makes sense. Magic can be connected to nature deeply.
Yeah, and you're like, you haven't
But-
even had your morning coffee yet.
Fuck. It's too early for this shit.
The gods work in mysterious ways.
And you hear behind you as Millum is walking to the kitchen. Blow her up, that's the answer. She won't expect it. Or it, whatever.
She kind of makes a valid point. You get like a crossbow loaded with something out of a bag of fuck yous.
But this is also
Launch it at her.
This is also to test my skills as a druid.
Okay, launch it with a vine, whatever.
Fireball infused pine cones. No, not that pineapple. That pineapple. Yahtzee?
You said this was a important rite of passage for you in Ozen, right?
And you come out after your sister
But
from
not
another room, and
only
you hear rite of
going
passage.
back to literally the island centaurs come
I
from.
remember her talking about the thing she was doing.
Well, it's not my place, but
You gotta fight someone?
the day that comes, I could perform a ceremony that would possibly allow the gods to tip things in your favor.
And you know that would be strictly forbidden. This is
like,
mono a mono.
it's like
This
druid
is a
stuff.
test.
Like they have to test each other, don't they?
You have to bring what you're capable of solely to the test.
Yeah, and this is
So, trying to inspire somebody by playing Eye of the Tiger for the Druid, would that be completely inappropriate? Or
Probably the best way to go about helping her is teaching her about
Teaching her
arcane.
things, yeah.
Because this is the druid of the arcane. You have people that can teach her this.
Diane has to learn arcane.
Well, you have to understand the nature of it,
Yeah.
because this druid is going to probably be terrifying.
Oh yeah, whereas Cayenne is just
Right.
gonna be like, I'm gonna pull your blood cells out through your eye sockets.
I recommend possibly speaking with Sir Mir. You're a good fighter, but you also sometimes leave yourself very open. Let's face it, that anger does kind of put you in bad spots sometimes.
I don't think
her
they're just
anger
gonna
has
punch
saved
each
our
other.
fuzzy ass.
Oh, it has.
Druid stuff.
Millum walks over and she just pulls out a scroll and she starts
So
writing.
explain to me how I leave myself so open, but yet someone decides they want to try to pray to multiple deities.
What?
I understand
Millum
that the
holds up a
mistakes...
scroll. In one moment, I have a scroll for this. Per my statistics here, I've done the math, I've done the statistics, gathered what I know from each of you telling me stories. Sorry, Scabbard, 80% more than likely to die before the rest of the group and likely to get injured.
That sounds about right.
Cayenne has far better odds than you in any standing because she doesn't use her head for bashing, she uses it for thinking, much like Mongo.
Have I mentioned how much I like her?
I'm sorry, brother, but your odds are about the same as Scabbard's, as you're more than likely to get chewed up and eaten by your own machine.
I feel that is inaccurate. He's gotten way fucking better at dealing with that shit.
Whatever.
She goes
I
back
think
to
your math is screwed up there, sister.
coffee.
No.
Yeah, sure.
You go and you take a drink of it, Nikolai, and you're realizing there's that really hot pepperness to it.
Okay.
Roll a con.
Okay.
No. Coffee bad.
Especially from her.
Yes.
Sister. Just humor it just a little.
How
It'll
much
bring
does Sir Mir know about the arcane?
10.
Nothing.
Doesn't know much about the arcane, but definitely knows
That's
how
what
to
I'm
handle.
going against.
True.
So would he really be beneficial in fighting to protect myself against
She
the
holds up
arcane?
her scroll, puts it away, and she walks over to
Humor.
Mongo and she just
Yeah.
Just humor it, please.
It would-
Why are you going to bring a fist fight to an arcane fight when you have a wizard standing here? Is he invisible to you?
No, but
I've heard what you say about this other siblings,
Druids
including
do
myself.
not fight with their fist, brother.
I'm aware of this. But please let me explain. He is far more experienced than any of us. True, he may not be as deeply connected to the arcane, but he may know a couple of things here and there that might help.
Willem's
Like punching with my fist and stabbing with something
Well, to be
sharp
entirely
that's
honest, I did see
man-made.
Samir elbow him in the face, and it was, dude, you
Can
dropped.
Okay.
Can you explain to Scav that those of us that, like, tests, for example, for wizarding schools, do y'all ever use
oh, we should run out to
man-made
y'all.
weapons when it is literally a magic fight?
I did see one professor use a gizmo that was not a fucking one. He was basically launching his spells out of it. He was launching his spells out of basically a fucking
Yes,
grenade launcher. It was
but
great.
it's still magically infused.
Yeah.
So druids wouldn't use any kind of weapons. They would use their own magical abilities and nature-derived abilities. So I'm sorry, but I don't see Sir Mir being very beneficial in a druid
There
versus
is-
druid
Go
fight.
for
Well,
the
in
extremities
Arcane
and the
Druid.
vocal cords.
An arcane druid, yes.
So
Arcane Druid.
Yes.
yeah, I'm still trying to fucking figure that one out.
That's who me and Osling
um,
are going to be required to fight in a week
asking
from now.
Samir
Well, I mean, Arcane
for a couple
is
of
like
pointers on how to
all
fight
over, so I guess it's
somebody
got to be
who's
part of
casting
nature,
spells at him
right?
probably wouldn't be out of place.
Yes, asking, but as far as
What'd you get on your
teaching
roll?
more in depth into
Oh,
the arcane,
Yeah.
It's tail twitchy, spicy.
that's what I'm more.
But it's not killing me.
That
It's
is
just-
what I am more worried about. Is what is the extent
Yeah.
of
Turn down
their
the pepper a
arcane
little bit there,
abilities?
sister.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I
Because
understand.
I know how to
Spicy.
dodge.
Yeah, it is.
It's not hard.
I understand
big
that.
Don't you
critters
guys
move
have
quick.
research to
This
do?
is true. Speaking of
Yes.
which, could you teach him how to dodge?
Hey,
How many times have you been flung into a fucking tree?
once actually.
I need you to make a dex. At disadvantage because you're not aware.
So, Cayenne, if you need any help from people that know Arcane, I'm happy to assist.
19.
As
So,
long as it doesn't involve any man-made contraptions, then yes.
so as
Okay, I
you
can help you
tell,
understand
as you
arcane is what
state,
I'm getting
he
at.
needs to learn how to dodge. You see Millum chuck one of her wrenches and it hits him right in the back of the head.
Can't dodge a wrench.
And you stumble forward as this hits you. It's like, oh.
Ow! What? Why?
And she's like, I thought you could dodge.
You know,
Go
when
on,
one's
sister.
prepared for an attack, yes, but I understand where you're coming from, so I won't give that one to you. But ow! Really? A wrench?
Would you prefer a hammer?
No, I preferred something like a small pebble, thank you very much.
And she pulls out, she reaches in her robes, or not her robes, her vest, and she pulls out what looks like a sledgehammer. She's like, I can throw this.
No. No way.
Puts it away. It's a two-handed sledgehammer. She just,
Anyone want to try to wrap their head around why she just was able to one-handed hold a sledgehammer?
it's all in the wrist.
And she's her normal 6-inch size, right?
Yeah, it's a sledgehammer for her size.
Yeah.
But it's still, like,
Yeah.
she goes over, picks up a wrench, and puts it away, too.
Mellum, I have a question for you, sister.
Huh.
You've been studying in the whole fucking royal shit since you're taking that job.
Yes.
What would be the best way to incur absolute cooperation with, like, say, for instance, the Tinkerers Guild in getting information that they probably wouldn't normally provide as a request from a royal person?
Oh, God, what are you asking?
Well, I want them to cooperate with me and use their network to give me information on where all these other houses are that our father built.
Okay, I could look into that for you.
Well, I was going to go do that. I just like, is there like a special, like, certain, like, request I should do to do this?
There's an order of operations that comes from our level downward that I have to talk to specific people that you're not familiar with yet.
Okay.
I should probably ask your advisors.
She is one of my advisors.
Mellum looks at you.
She is not.
I'm not one of your fucking advisors.
Like, you're the one. Okay.
She's
That is
a
not what I meant.
queen,
Yes.
actually.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So learn the proper title
Look,
there,
look.
Nikolai.
We could call her the Boom Queen.
Look.
Because she makes shit go boom.
Look.
Well, actually, Coin calls me
If-
Queen Fuzzy Cheeks.
That's adorable.
If
That's
Okay.
adorable, but I have so many questions.
when I say advisors, I meant as in, if there was a decision that I had to make, Millum, you would be the first person I would talk to about it. That's what I meant.
Yes, and technically, I'm in charge and you're the adventurer.
Yeah,
You're just
but
one.
I'm saying, like, if there was a decision I had to make,
Yeah.
I would talk to you first for advice, as in an advisor.
Nikolai.
Actually, Nikolai, we're technically equal.
Yeah.
So any decision you have to make, I have to agree on.
That's what I'm talking about!
That doesn't make me an advisor. That makes me a consort.
Yes, I understand.
Nikolai.
Okay, you're using... Oh! You're
Nikolai?
using the term literally. I'm not using it literally.
I'm gonna grab his ear.
Shut up.
Nikolai!
Fuck off.
I'm grabbing him by the ear.
I'm gonna go make breakfast now.
Real quick.
Huh?
The scroll with everybody's statistics on it, can I take a look at that?
She hands it to you, and it's that weird writing that she has.
Oh, fuck.
There's one
you
small
help me
flaw with
translate
your
this later?
logic there, brother.
Fuck off, what?
We're still trying to maintain our secrecy. If you're going around asking about your father's whereabouts and the themes there, that kind of defeats
So-
the purpose.
Okay,
This is why I
that
asked
you
the
were
first
squabbling.
person I need to
what
ask
are you going to do?
about what to
The
do.
door's still there, wide open.
I'm
Not hard.
basically, I'm gonna ask Mongo if he would be interested in learning a little things about some of the plants that my mom had.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right, you
I
guys.
train her in a little bit of how to deal with Arcane, she shows me a little nature.
Because I've actually got, I think, 3 more large vials left in my pockets of holding, so I can easily give you one with saliva in it.
Do you go and make breakfast with Mellum?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, Scav? You have a lot on your mind.
I need to go and speak with Kippa. I need to learn more about some of things. There's a lot of questions that I have now.
And I would have closed the front door after I'd walked off. I would have closed it for a long time now.
Yeah, like a little terrified that an Archdruid just showed up.
Yeah, out of nowhere, unprepared.
Nikolai, by chance, do you happen to have a sketch made of what we saw?
No.
Alright, that's fine. I'll work off of description, I suppose.
Player to player.
The mural!
I was going to say, isn't there a tapestry of all of our parents?
Mother's right there on that mural.
That is
remember?
true.
Like what? And I can't match my father's artistry yet.
Don't want to take it down, though.
You're not taking it, just fucking look at it.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I'm trying to figure out what the hell Mother was. And what that
And Mellum's cracking eggs, and she's like, she was a dragon.
Not a typical dragon, Millum. There's so many questions. I'll be back here later.
Okay.
Sunny's like, I got class. She heads out through the front door.
Have fun.
So you depart off to go to see Kippa.
Kippa and Sarmir might have some answers too, actually.
And yeah, you guys head off to the atrium. You're cooking breakfast with Mellum, and Mellum just looks at you and says, "No one breakfast? Fine, more for us."
There's a lot of food. I mean, we can make breakfast and tell them it's done, eat our food, and go do our things. What are you doing today?
I am working with the affairs of my former employer on supply and trade.
I'm gonna go talk to Cog again. Maybe she knows what other places that my father has built these little houses.
Okay. So you're able to catch up with Surmir, and he's in his royal garb that he has to wear for these situations. And Kippa's within an actual meeting with other high-ranking nobles. One of those rare occurrences where it's basically king, queens all talking together about various things. And
Understandable. I will not disturb.
Surmir looks to you and he's like, time to go. What do you need? Do you need me to teach you the faith of Bahamut again?
As interesting as that sounds, no. I do, however, have some questions. What exactly was, what was Mother? What was this?
He looks very perplexed at this, and
From what I know, she's a dragon, but that's not what I saw.
He goes and sits down and starts trying to think on this. You see him just kind of looking very troubled at this, and like he's trying to dig around in that head of his. And he searches around his armor and looking around for something, and you see that he's kind of searching for something, and it's not there. It's probably long gone, like an old memory of like habit of reaching for something.
It's fine if you don't know.
And
I kind of suspected that they might have blocked that out. Whoever's altered your mind.
he's like, whoever got in up here and whatever happened, it's caused a lot of confusion. You look concerned.
I don't really know what to think. bit of time has been really odd. I found out some more about what happens. We'll not talk about it here. Not safe to speak about such things out in the open.
And he searches around for something else, and he reaches in his pocket and pulls something out and hands it to you.
What is it?
It's a case like this long, and you undo these fastens on it. They're very well worn. It's a leather case, and there's like leather strips that are very worn. You open it up, and it's a quill set. And you see a note in there, and it's this was one of the quill sets that Correct Yes owned.
I can't accept this, Samir. This belongs to you.
It's for you lot now.
Thank you. I'll take a bit and describe what I saw.
And he just listens, and it's almost like he's remembering a better time or some memory or fragments of memories.
It's weird. The more that I learn, the more weird things happen and stranger things are, and this happened this morning, or yesterday. I'm still trying to figure out why.
He looks very perplexed, like,
Crystal shattered one of my
That's
arms.
normal. Your father's often broken, new ones formed.
It's the first time that's ever happened. I'm having weird cravings too. You ever looked at I was looking at a little stone in the room, like, that looks good.
He just kind of shrugs, and he's like, he stands up, you hear all the armor moving on him, and he just looks at you, and he's like, go. As the doors start to open, and he doesn't want to expose you to the other nobles yet.
I robe over and leave. I'll use message to speak with him.
Yeah, and
Speak later.
he's in his full royal garb. He's got like 7 swords on him. And he heads over and meets up with Kippa, and she's walking with another king from some kingdom, talking to them. So you're able to go back to the room. You avoid stepping on the plant.
Yeah, I'm trying to put my little paws where some of her hooves were.
You could probably just pick him up and transplant him to a safe spot.
I probably would have let him sat gently on like my harness or on my back to where he was comfortable, so he doesn't have to worry about stepping on any vines.
There you go. And
Work
Yeah.
smarter.
you're able to work with Mellum to make breakfast.
Yeah, after breakfast, yeah. We'll go. So like I said, I'm gonna go talk to Cog. Maybe she knows other
Mm-hmm.
shut like she was aware of it, and she's the one that told me about this one. So
Yep. So, yeah.
I'm gonna look for the plant from yesterday and go over it to offer it some food.
Yep. Roll nature.
Mongo side snack.
Hey,
I'm not offering Mongo as food. I have stuff in my vest pockets, actually.
or did you just call Mongo a
9.
snack?
9.
How's it
It's
feel?
a bit hard to find because of all the vines and such in here. I'm sure Left would call you a snack. Hey, Mongo the snack. Nervous laughter. Yeah, you're having trouble with like all the various vines and shrubbery living here. There's things hanging down. There's some weird fruits you've never seen before, and you're like, I don't know if those are toxic or safe or what.
I'll be looking for a sign for those as I'm looking for the other plant. Just so I can see if my mom labeled them.
Yeah, you hear. And you hear a giggling, familiar giggling. You hear flashbang. And you see a flash of light from some bushes. And you realize your children have discovered the atrium.
Oh,
If they want to live in this atrium, they can. They can protect the atrium.
There you go.
You're gonna have to lay down the ground rules with these ones.
Oh, yeah.
No making more of yourselves with
And
these other plants.
And you see one of them chase after another one, and they've taken a twig, they've wrapped thorns to it with another one. They're just chasing after, swinging randomly, and they're like, ah!
Mini Lucille.
Children, when I am done, I'm dealing with you later.
And you hear, why not gently? And you hear another flashbang go off. What's terrifying is it's just not like a light now, there's an audible boom every time it goes off.
Fuck. They really are just flashbangs. Oh, God.
Children, I just ask that you stay in this atrium while we are here, please. Have fun. Be wise. Please stay in here.
Don't hurt each other.
Your little tough room walks out, and he's holding on to what looks like to be like the actual like arm of probably one of the other shrooms.
I have to test with another druid in a week, and I have to wrangle all of you guys. Lovely. Lovely.
Pandemonium. The tiny nukes grow stronger. So you head off to talk.
Yep.
You're getting glances of this chaos.
Oh, fuck.
At least you're not on the ground.
Did we happen to like cook biscuits or something?
Sure.
Okay, I'll take a couple with me. To
They're,
give to,
They're croissant-style butter biscuits
sounds delicious.
that are infused with honey.
I'll leave. I presume we made more than enough for everybody, so I'll take 3 with me.
Yeah, you guys made more than enough for the family. You realizing that as they cook, they're making more than enough food to feed more than enough for the family.
Are they expecting the family to get bigger?
Where are you off to?
I'm probably returning to the house.
Not gonna go do any research?
That's something I would have to do later with Kit, because she would probably be able to read some
We'll
things
just
that
kind of throw
I
them on
can't.
there.
Yeah. That's funny though.
Just go to the library and look for information on the dragons of the realm.
You know what? I will do that, but I would do that later. There's food being made, so
You don't know that.
no, because that's what was being mentioned before everyone left.
Yeah. Dylan did say, "I'm going to make breakfast."
You joke now, Mongo.
Headed back to the house.
So you begin trying to find this plant, and you do find it, and you pause for a moment, Cayenne, because this thing now has tasted Mongo, and the reason why you couldn't find it before is every time you moved, it was moving behind Mongo to try and sneak up on him.
Damn it.
The plant was hunting Mongo.
And as it just strikes out at you, you reach up and you grab it by its actual vine.
Its neck type. No!
Great. First our birds want to kill me, now our plants want to fucking eat me.
Hey, this is not my plant. Not
it
mine.
was your mother's,
Yes.
and it got passed to you.
But I didn't step on a vine.
Didn't mean to.
I know. The plant didn't know that.
Why is all of your... Accidents fucking
I'm
happen.
a-
Why can't any druid stuff just forgive and
I'ma
forget?
just carefully turn to look at this plant and be like, look, I know he's probably tasty to you. Bear with me, please, Mongo. I'm sorry for saying these words. I know he's probably tasty to you. And I know him stepping on the vine was probably painful, but he did not mean to do so.
Chad, in here we thought Scav was going to go first. Roll nature.
Right,
I'm just me as the player here, and if Nikolai knew anything about this, he would be like,
Whew.
"How's it feel to be eaten by something?"
Thank you, Dice, for 24.
24. You talk to it and it kind of calms down and looks at you a bit.
His eyes.
Mongo,
No.
Mongo
Like
is
just kind of
sorry.
turns towards him, like it can almost sense you.
Mongo is
And
sorry, it wouldn't mean to.
it squirms through your hand like a snake would, and it sprouts. It pushes out the like leaves, and it kind of pats you on the head with one, very gently, and kind of squirms up and going back up into the actual foliage.
It forgives you.
Thank you.
Probably the creepiest experience you've ever had.
Or is that I?
It was like Bellsprout minus eyes. It's like Bellsprout with no eyes.
And you have plenty of its saliva in your hand at this point that you can just.
It drooled on me.
Ew.
I imagine it being like, basically, if it opens its mouth at all, it's just ooze.
Ooze and like trails of it between the top and the
Tendrils.
bottom. Yeah.
So I'd be feeling a couple of my size glass vials for you.
When it did open its mouth, you got a glimpse inside of it. Well, it has like these like teeth that curve backwards, like a.
Tack strip, the metal tack
It's
strip.
almost like a python, but you're seeing that like further into it, where the vine part of it gets, it's almost just like shark teeth in a spiral going all the way through this thing.
Oh, good. A plant-based meat grinder.
Yeah.
Plant-based Mongo grinder.
Oh. Zero King. Oh Lord, that was a security system left behind Kyan's mother to protect what I fear else is a hidden secret. So the Audrey count is up to 2 now. Audrey 2.
Audrey 2.
So you get back and you walk in, and there's a wonderful smell of biscuits.
How many vials was it
I'm
again?
gonna follow the smell.
I gave you 2.
2? Okay.
2 that are literal my
Follow the
size.
And there's just like this big
My size?
plate of at
Yeah,
least
60
20
ounce
biscuits
mason
on the
jars.
table.
Yeah,
Looking around.
2.
It's just smell them in the kitchen.
Did you make
2
all this smell?
large vials.
Nikolai and myself.
It smells amazing.
Well, I'm headed out for my daily duties. Help yourself.
Thank you. Where's the others?
I think. Well, Nikolai headed off to talk to a cog, and Scavard and Cayenne are.
Well, I'm right
doing
here,
things.
so...
Oh, right, Mongo. He's the other one. Miscalculation.
It's fine, it's still early in the morning.
She offers you some coffee, and you know the dangers of her coffee.
Don't be a pussy.
I will try a small bit, but I know what it can do.
Con. They're off doing something on their own, and the other, well, Osling is unconscious.
19.
19?
Just
Causes
a
you take a sip of it, and you're like, oh, fuck, oh.
That's,
It's like taking a toothpick of hot sauce and sticking it on your tongue.
that's pretty hot. That's definitely gonna wake me up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that little bit is all I need for now.
The sweetie cat.
I almost spat my water out just now.
All I felt was the way it felt. It was a tail going against my leg, but it feels the exact same as when a snake slithers across you, and it scared me. Not
yeah,
gonna lie.
Sweetie likes to tie her tail around you
Yep.
as she walks by and just let it drag along you.
Melon,
Yep.
question.
Spooked me.
Yes.
Before you go, do you happen to know of any places that sell gems here in the city? Nothing fancy.
As I am not from the city, no.
I didn't think so. It was worth a shot. Well, I wish you the best of luck for your day. Still have a lot of research to do. Unfortunately, the ones I need to speak to are currently indisposed of.
Biscuits?
I do have some biscuits. Thank you again.
You're welcome. And she gets down from the table, glides down, gets her stuff together,
One
gets dressed.
thing I would do in this atrium room, if Mongo is curious about any of the plants that are in here, because Cayenne has only seen a little bit of it, there are any that he wants to grab for like his alchemy or his drinks, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be helping him grab what he
Yeah,
needs.
I'd probably look around,
Okay.
see if there's anything.
Investigation.
Because I've got some scissors and things that can be used to properly trim and remove
12.
plants.
12. You're a bit overwhelmed with this atrium as it's a large one. It's actually, once you're into it, it's, whilst there wasn't a huge description before, you head in and there's the lower floor with the center. And it kind of curves out like this. And you're realizing back where Red and Boo are on the lower level, it's like 30 feet deep essentially. It curves up and there's actually a whole second story that where all these plants are coming down in the center almost like a chandelier.
It's
Wow.
Good lord.
been unmaintained for, about 20 years.
Yeah, and where light is coming through are just completely overgrown with vines, and you actually check the glass, Mongo, and you tap it real quick, and you're like, yeah, it's enchanted, so they can't break out.
Okay, good.
And you're realizing that there's runes around the door as well, and the various elements of the room to basically contain it in here so that it can't be a breach.
There's all
Imagine
types-
if they didn't do that. Find this
there's
place.
all, there's
20
all
years later,
types
there's
of
plants
plants
everywhere.
in this place.
Yeah. It's like my blankie fell. Fix it.
My blinky fell.
Cheddar cheese. Hello, baby. Yes, you're glorious. I love you too.
Please don't mess with the camera stuff.
So, yeah, you're able to just explore this place, and it's massive. It's very homely to you, and you hear the weird sounds the birds are making. And at one point, you hear the rustling of some of the ferns, and Feisty jumps out and goes, "Rrr." You almost probably topple off the back of Cayenne as she leaps out at you playfully.
Yep. Gee, I wonder where that idea came from. Sparta?
Anytime you need to
And,
look for
yeah.
supplies for
Look for
your
Feisty and like, hey, let's go
potions, your
let's do a little bit of
concoctions,
shopping.
You're
Feisty's
allowed to
nowhere
do it
around.
anytime,
Just
just
try and find her.
Yeah,
make sure
going
when
around
you
the
go
house.
Probably.
make sure
Just
when you
calling
come
out
to
for
the lower
Feisty.
level you announce that you're walking into Red
you-
and Blue
Doors, knocking.
because
You eventually do find
their
this
situation?
atrium, and you step
well-
into it, and
why is it
you
that
step
I
on
go
something.
away and do things
And,
then it seems
as you
like my
guys are in
children
the,
get busy?
atrium, you suddenly hear a loud, probably yelp as this plant wraps around you and starts trying to eat you.
I'm trying to break free.
Do I notice this?
I
Yeah.
was loudly yelling for Feisty throughout
Yeah.
the house, and you probably heard me yell it when I walked in. So
Yeah, and you're on the second floor with Mongo, and you hear this from down below, and
Is there like an area to where I can like look down and see where things are happening?
yeah, there's like a small railing and balcony, and you look down and you see Scabbard all wrapped up in the plant that you were just dealing with, and it's just starting to jump down right on top.
I'm trying to break free.
Are you using your sword?
I don't have it on me.
Use your claws and your teeth.
Ugh.
What the hell is that?
Oh boy.
Okay.
Caution attack plant.
Caution attack plan.
As an 18.
This thing tightens around you and squeezes your arms close to your body.
Okay.
And-
Scav, relax.
I hear this and I'm just gonna stop move.
And the long trail of that drool just hits your eye and just pools right there in your eye socket. It
Your
starts
eye
to
is numb.
sting.
That's gross.
What did I say earlier? Jesus.
I didn't know
Hold
this was
on,
the
no,
room.
not you.
The plant looks like it kind of like turns towards Mongo, turns towards Scab.
It's like, wait.
It looks at him and says,
Well, I'm not eating the mongo. I'm not eating the
and
fuzzy
you're getting
cat
it. It's like, I'm not eating that one, I'm eating this one.
This thing understands you? It speaks?
I assume that it wanted to eat Mongo earlier because he
Tried to be
he
eating me.
he accidentally stepped on one of their vines.
This
But
is so
I'm
satisfying to me.
I'm
Only
assuming
Nikolai knew this.
they protect.
Oh, Mongo!
They
ain't fucking
protect this
telling me
room?
shit.
The atrium, yeah. And this thing opens its mouth and you see those twirling, razor sharp, like shark's teeth that go
Okay.
deep into it.
Yeah.
And
He's not here to hurt the room or me or anything.
Not
He's
moving.
he's looking for his friend, the big cat.
It just drops you on the ground and slithers off into the rest of the vines, becoming impossible to discern.
well, that was an experience.
Are you okay, brother? You look like you're having a bad day. What's eating you?
Don't use magic.
Oh my god, if Nikolai only knew.
Good to know.
You will feel weak.
Is it a poison?
You don't know what it is. You haven't discerned what it
Yeah, I
actually
haven't
is
quite
yet.
figured that part out yet. Haven't had time.
Apparently, if you use magic, it makes you weaker, from what Mongo said.
Oh, it does.
I'm gonna try something then. It's not so much magic, more so like holy radiance. Burn 5 of my lay on hands. If it's a poison, just blow them away.
Start with one.
It requires a minimum of 5 to do
Oh,
this.
I need you to make a will check.
Oh,
Oh.
That was a 21.
21. You try to cast this, and you just feel a sudden just push back instantly. This thing doesn't only nullify arcane magic, it nullifies everything.
Oh, that feels weird. Okay.
You manage to push back enough where it doesn't actually cause you any pain, but you're like, oh no.
Okay,
This
yeah.
is a cool ass plant.
That is wild. That
We
feels
needed to be a
weird.
buddy.
the implications.
I think I need to sit down.
Okay. New rule. And Nikolai's
Make a
not
dex
in
there.
here.
Hmm?
No one that knows where we live is in here, so we will pass this
Natural
word
20.
along to anyone who wants to view
What's your
this
dex
place.
modifier?
What dex?
Make your
3.
intentions known before you enter the atrium.
So, as you guys are up there talking, and you're talking about making this note, you hear laughing, and you see the bush move, and you turn towards the bush, and before you can bring your hand up, you hear flashbang, and you hear the boom, as
Oh.
everything just goes pure white to you, and your ears are ringing, and
God.
I
you can
wasn't wearing my goggles since I'm indoors.
and you just hear your blood pumping in your ears.
Wait, so Blip and Blop have now learned how to flashbang without the flash?
No, you see the flash go off downstairs.
Oh.
But it's not just light now. It creates a total cerebral fuck up.
Just a loud, just a
Yeah, they're
string
fucking
of
up all your senses now.
just a string of in kobold, just a bunch of like swearing in a language you don't know.
You're just fucking all your senses.
Angriest little growl squeaks.
Oh my god, that comment. At least his Sky Daddy isn't mad at him anymore.
Just a bunch of angry kobold squeaks and chirps. You probably assume it's just profanities.
And you just see the bushes move as the mushrooms just scatter off in their different directions. And
I can't say.
you see Cayenne. You see Ralph coming out, and he's a little bit more rotund, and he has a smile on his face as he approaches Scavert that's disabled, and he's like,
Ralph's
Blip-
gonna flex on. Hey, get your own water.
Blip
bud.
comes out, and Ralph holds out his finger, and Blip reaches out, grabs the finger,
I need help. I can't see.
and pulls it. And suddenly, and you hear poof, and suddenly the smell hits you. Oh no! And the smell is so bad, you can feel it starting to sting at your scales, and especially the soft part starting to burn almost.
Oh,
Damn.
probably throwing up that biscuit he ate.
Wait, did he
Fuck
just
it.
produce mustard gas at this
Fucking
point?
acid cloud, man. Fuck.
Tear gas at the very fucking
And you
least.
see this fog in the lower part from Ralph.
Oh no.
And as you cough and you throw up, you inhale some of it, and it feels like pins and needles and fiberglass in your lungs.
Oh no.
I'm looking to see the most open exit for Scav.
That'd be the door right behind him.
I am going to, with my voice, tell him where to go.
You can't hear
I
him.
can't hear. I can't
You see him
hear
just
and I
struggling
can't
and throwing
see.
up, and it's just like this train
I'm gonna
wreck.
yell. I know Feisty probably won't want to help, but I'm gonna yell for Feisty.
But it's like,
Can you please hold your breath and get him out of there?
Feist is like, and she's actually speaking at something you can't understand. And she moves a little bit. And it's like she's just trying to line something up. And you're watching her, and you see her processing something. And she instantly reaches up, grabs Mongo, flings him,
Oh shit!
and fastballs Mongo. And Mongo hits Scavert, and they both go scattering out of the room. And you get a brief smell of that.
I'm sorry, but you probably get puked on.
And you just, that stinging and grossness and horribleness that he was stuck in. And it's worse than the yuck at the tower.
Oh god!
And now they have the dirty ball mastered. And Feisty looks to you and just goes, huh?
Good job, Feisty.
And you're both in the hallway, and
I
he's
can't
just
see.
screaming.
As soon as we
Probably
stop
gasping
moving,
for air too. Actually,
And he just clamps down on your mouth so you can't yell.
or at least push his head in a different fucking direction,
But eventually, you are able to.
doing everything I can to get rid of the fucking stench.
You're
charge?
able to eventually hear
You need
and
charge of it on her.
see blurriness.
look at Mongo. Help!
Okay. New rule. Never going into the plant area unless accompanied by Cayenne or Osling.
Agreed.
I know she said other rules, but no.
Oh, it fucking burns.
It burns you a little bit too. It's like you walked in and you sniffed some like 5-alarm chili, or got some capsaicin in your nose.
Oh.
How do I get this off?
He's also got the saliva on him.
Yeah, he's in like 9 kinds of hell right now. The smell is like
Can't see, can't hear.
The anti-magic slime I will at least try to get off and keep.
you go to cat. Are you just like trying to wipe it off, or precipitation?
Oh, I don't think prestidigitation is going to work. It's more like grab jarring.
Yeah, he's just like dragging this jar along you on your leather armor and everything, just wiping it off. You're wondering why he's probably not using his magic to do it.
Hey, Beth. Where's the I can't see. Where's the bathroom?
He walks
I
off and
will use prestidigitation to make a little ball of light for him to follow.
walk into the light.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna make it worse.
Follow the firefly.
Yeah, you're able to leave the room
I
safely. With
think I know
feisty
what
after it dissipates.
Light to use
Yeah.
to not hurt your eyes.
The mushrooms are
the light
proud
you
of
can
what they have
Produce
accomplished.
with prestidigitation. is
I'm
not
going
the
to
right
have a
level.
little
Yeah.
It's not
meeting
even-
I
with the
will-
mushrooms before I depart
follow
to
the
tell
light.
them that they are allowed to stay in the atrium and make their home here. But they are not allowed to destroy the plants that reside in this atrium.
They all agree, but they're like, and
The one that loses. He took my arm.
yeah, they're kind of pointing blame at each other. A few of them are wearing like war paint. One of them has a bite mark out of their cap.
Fuck!
They're cannibalistic mushrooms.
Oh my god.
Nothing I can do about that.
Get cleaned up as best I can. And, probably gonna have to have those clothes specially washed.
So now that you've gotten a taste of that chaos, you can do some research.
Yeah. First, I gotta ask Noodle something.
All right,
You
go and find Noodle.
Yeah, he's probably up in his little study.
Nope, actually not.
Really? Oh. At least find him. I assume he's still in the housing area.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey, Noodle.
Noodle sets down the biscuit they're nibbling on.
You've probably spent more time in these little housing areas than any of us combined. Well, we just found a little hidey spot that Nikolai's father had. Yeah, I can't imagine he'd tell too many people about that. But did our parents have a little secret area that nobody knew about?
Noodle takes the way down off the table and eventually starts heading off in a direction. Goes back to the outside of the room, actually. And they grab your hand and they stick it on the wall, and you see like a glowing pattern appear of runes and everything in a specific spot. And you see the wall form like almost like a ladder going up into the ceiling. And you're able to ascend this and go into this area.
Ceiling camp.
And you see that this is like a domed area, and there's all these books there, and it was a little like quiet nook for your parents to basically read and just be under the stars. And there's pillows everywhere, and
Dope place.
Yeah, I get it. That's actually pretty fucking amazing. It's like I would hang out there.
yeah. So there's like the entryway towards the middle of it, and then there's just pillows all around it, and books laying everywhere, and a tea set, and you can see quills and notes and things that were there.
Yeah, start looking over the notes.
And it's your dad's actual like research notes of various spells that he was looking into or possibly having made even.
Yeah, I definitely want to know what Dad was researching.
Do an investigation. Where are you off to, Cayenne, after you talk to your children?
I'd be going to check on Osling.
Remember,
Okay.
you have to remind your mushrooms that you have a mushroom stew recipe.
I'm pretty sure you should post that on the door as a reminder.
We can get her a frying pan to hang up there too.
I can easily, or I can just cold-heartedly tell them, I can always create more.
Yeah, you find the bathroom and you're just scrubbing off, and like, oh my god, this is the worst thing that's happened.
I would find a way to keep these clothes somewhat like contained, and eventually try and find Feisty again. Once find her.
What do
Go
you do?
somewhere to-
What do you do with Craig Yes's quill set?
That's right. I still have that.
It's not affected by the smell or anything like that, so it must be magical in a way.
That's something to share with the. That's something to share with Mongo later. He would probably be able to know more about this.
You sit down next to Oslin. She's got a color to her, but she just needs rest. She's breathing fine. She's not like labored or anything like that. She's just white.
I'm gonna take some parchment and write her a note for, like, if she awakens soon-ish and feels like walking around the house. I'm gonna leave a parchment to tell her that there is an atrium, but she needs to announce her presence and why she's there, and that she's not a threat because of attack snake Venus flag plant.
And mushrooms.
And the mushrooms are causing the mischief.
No,
They're
Red
enjoying
and
the
Blue are
foliage.
babysitting.
Yes. Oh, she already knows about.
Oh, okay.
She already knows about Red and Blue.
Yeah. So,
Modified 20.
modified 20. You're looking through everything, and you're seeing that your mom kept journals as well about the various things that she could do or create or things like that. And it's quite phenomenal. Like, your mother's notes are insane. Like, you're realizing where Sunny might actually end up at some point. Where your mother had some of the same issues that Sunny had, where she would use too much energy or not be able to know how to gauge things.
Oh, I'm definitely going to share that part with Sonny.
Yeah. And you see that your dad had actually developed a spell, and it cracks you up because of the fable that you have with Coin, called Finger Gun, where you had 5 shots and you were able to fire off basically a blast of arcane energy by just going bang.
Oh no, the one thing you dread, and it may be your most powerful thing.
Did you not take magic missile from Mongo?
And you're realizing your dad was actually working on a spell that would make that a significantly more powerful type of attack.
We'll see where it started. See if maybe I can't finish it.
Yeah, it's got the starts of basically what essentially the components would be for it, and that's where it started. It has a few of the runes worked out, but that's where it ends. The concept is there, some of the work is already done. You know, the material components are essentially, one of them is gunpowder. Where are you off to, since you left a note?
Wonder if Millen's way of casting spells can help with that.
Maybe.
Probably just gonna take a walk around town unless anyone arcane was busy. If they were, I'd probably go find out from the different druid circles if there's a druid of the arcane.
Okay. It's easy enough for you to visit the Druid Circle and ask about that, and, they're all like, oh, they're not very common. That's essentially the answer you get, that they're not very common. It's like, arcane druids? No, we don't ever really get any of those. And, you're wandering around the town a bit more, and, someone approaches you from behind, and they kind of run up to you, and they come up towards the side of you, and they hug your leg, and you instantly start to panic, and you realize how terrified you might actually be, and you look down, and Fudd's like, Greetings.
Oh my God, Pod!
God.
Fod's like, I've accepted offer.
That's so awesome. I'm gonna be hugging on to Pod. I don't care how weird it looks to anyone the fuck else that's around.
Just take off and hug him.
Yes.
People are walking by, or fewer paying mind, like, that noble's hugging a fucking goblin. Someone even pauses for a moment. Did you purchase? They're like, mind. Start walking off.
I'm watching their steps. I'm not saying a word. I'm just watching them as they walk off after they just said that. I'm keeping a good look of what they look like. May not have a name, but I remember what you look like, motherfucker.
It was basically just a generic human. They were wearing they were wearing like, you know, a cotton top, leather breeches, you know, sandy hair.
I'm gonna remember their features, and if I see them again, they may just get a lovely meeting.
Fod accept offer of Kippa to bring me here to be religious.
Awesome. Should probably take you. I'd be correct in taking him to the Upper Crest. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, he's
He
Okay.
is the kingdom of Essencrest, or the empire of Essencrest's like religious leader.
he's
An envoy of faith.
So he does not have to walk. I will offer him to ride on my back. I do not mind. If he wants to walk, he can walk alongside me.
he walks alongside you. He has respect for you in that sense. You just hear the pitter patter of his feet as he walks, and it's just kind of like this wobbly like walk.
How have things been for you?
Surprising that God's like blessed Fod with this amazing gift of working for you. I had no idea you're queen.
I had no idea either.
And they look around, lean in. Is Scabbard dead yet?
Scabbard is not dead, but there are some surprises from Scabbard. He is married.
Fod foresaw this.
What? What did he say?
Keep up, bud.
I think she said fought foresaw this.
You can see things of the future.
Sometimes Fod get really drunk and see future.
It's interesting.
Yes.
Fod get very drunk off of fish oil.
He has a
Wait,
gift of
so Bot doesn't get drunk on alcohol, gets drunk on fish oil?
Fermented fish oil.
That's how
Oh God, that sounds terrible.
he gets drunk on fermented fish. That's hilarious.
That sounds
Okay.
very goblin-y.
Well, he is an aquatic type goblin, so it makes sense. It
Yeah.
makes absolute
Oh, yeah.
perfect
How
sense.
exactly do you spell Fod's name again?
Faat.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. At first, I thought it was PHAT.
Fod, favorite drink?
Where are you off to?
Vodka and
We'll
tuna
probably
water.
put on one of Father's outfits. Go with Feisty. Like,
No,
hey,
no,
let's go
more
get you
like-
some.
It'd be
Let's get you some
Kombucha
barbecue
made
and go
with fish
find
oil-
some.
fish oil.
Let's go find
garlic
some.
kombucha with fish oil.
Mungo, after you spend some time there, I'm sure you head downstairs to look for some food because you haven't eaten anything.
Yeah.
You come down your ladder and it just comes back to being normal. It looks like a normal ceiling already as it's rearranged itself. And you see Mongo there in the hallway looking at the wall next to the door to his parents' room.
You okay there?
Hmm?
You okay?
Oh, yeah.
You look a bit lost.
Oh, no. I'm good.
And Fod's walking with you. I met other goblin that is here too, named Pods.
Mongo,
I've
I'm,
met some goblins here.
I'm about to go
Here
out
too
into
as well.
town. Do you want to come with?
I was kind to them, and I'm
getting barbecue for
apparently
Feisty.
viewed as a god to them.
Also,
Congratulations.
I want to find some
Fod is
friends.
happy for your
A gift
victory in
for
life
Kippa,
of
maybe
becoming a
something for
goblin
little Nemo
god.
for helping us before, but I'm also kind of curious.
Well, that's canon now. If Fott says so, it's canon.
I don't know why, but I've been wanting to find some
We've-
sort of crystal. I just don't know why.
The only thing that makes me sad, if I'm being honest with you, Fott, I don't
It's
know
hard
if
to
it
Didn't I
was
say you
common
found something?
It's kind
where
of
we
hard
first
to
met you. I doubt it, because everyone
It's gonna
is
sound really
treated
weird.
equally. Here, it's not the
Well,
same.
you already married Kippa, so I imagine you already gave her a
How
ring.
some of the nobles treated the goblins in Goblin Row was absolutely just terrible and made me angry.
Oh God, you're not planning on giving another ring to somebody, are
Like,
you?
No.
You need to
Icy
stop
red,
fucking
sort of
drinking.
angry.
I mean, he's an
No.
emperor. I mean, typically he could probably have more than one wife.
Goblin kind is
I want to find
Dumb.
a gift for Kippa, of course. Get food
Give
for
it.
Feisty.
very few
And,
opportunities to
something
our
for little
kind.
Nemo for
And
helping us.
we's got to struggle.
That's why we're working on changing that. I actually sent food to make sure that Goblin Row is fed. And I believe Scav, he's actually working with the city to get their buildings fixed to where they're not just rickety, and so they actually have decent homes to live in.
People are still walking by giving you guys weird looks, and you're kind of like wondering as to why. Well, one, you're with the goblin, but you realize Flat is standing there wearing nothing but a loincloth covered with all these religion like emblems around his neck. Looking like Mr. T, but with dozens of religious symbols.
I didn't realize he was... Because I thought when we met Fott, he normally was wearing, like, his priest robes.
He's traveling. He
So
doesn't.
he travels in a loincloth even,
He doesn't
even in
real-
cold weather.
He doesn't realize that you can actually
Apparently,
travel in your priest
those.
robes.
Just pull them all together.
That's funny.
These are not yours, buddy.
I'm going to very gently explain to him, I was like, I think I figured out why people might be staring Fott.
Because I am goblin.
No.
You're naked.
You do know that I believe you are allowed to travel with you while wearing your robes.
He looks very perplexed at this.
I'm going to look around to see if I see another religious official walking around.
Investigation.
Like,
Anyone really.
legit. Like,
That's a priest. He
legit.
has clothes on,
Like,
dude.
legit, just so I can kind of point him in the direction so he can kind of understand.
I missed Thought.
He's so great.
That's an 11.
You're struggling really hard, and you see someone that looks like they could be religious. You're like, you don't know if they're actually religious or
Yeah.
not, but you're just like, it's close enough to probably,
Get the message.
yeah. And Fott's like, oh. And they go over to a stall, and they reach in the front of their loincloth, they pull out a coin, and they're like, give me clothes. And they take off their loincloth, and they're sitting there, and the person's like, ah!
I would just.
Oh God, I missed
Wait a minute, I
Five.
thought there weren't supposed to be merchants in the upper crest.
They're not the upper crust yet,
still
they're
in
the
the
mid.
Men.
Naked go!
He just ran up, pulled out a coin, is now naked, and is, give me clothes. Hands him a coin.
It's not a normal goblin. It's a goblin with a football head and giant rows of pointy teeth.
And dressed in all these religious ornaments.
Just a Mr. T reference.
Just
I'm
chains upon
trying
chains
my
upon chains of
best to
religious
use
stuff on
my
it.
body
All
as a sort of
kinds of
shield,
religious
even
stuff.
if I have to look like I'm bowing or something. I'm like,
You
"Ah,
see,
you can't do that.
a mom walks
Give me
past
that
with her child. She's
coin.
like, "Look away, child! Look away! I've hurt your eyes." And some of the guards start coming over, and so some coming over to you, and
That's gotta be
I'm
so
just-
weird to try and explain.
I'm just holding my head like, fuck.
the
Why?
merchant's like, what do I do? They just grab something, they throw it in your direction. Please put something on.
Thought, please put these clothes on.
Fott looks at you so innocent, and he's like, I don't understand what Fott has done.
No, you were not dressed to what is considered the norm here.
Poor
Right.
Cayenne.
Basically, you need to be clothed a lot more than a loincloth within the city. But you did not know that.
And they put on these robes that are basically sized for a stone giant. They're swimming in them. As the person-
Size for a stone giant, she'd be swimming in them.
Do you possibly have anything sized for a goblin?
Just leave! I don't want to see anything else from the goblin! I've seen enough!
Since Spot already paid for them, I'm going to find a knife and alter it the best I can.
It's easy enough. You're able to cut him down to his size, get a piece, use the remainder to basically tie it around his waist.
That's a
Well,
lot of cloth.
I'm saving any excess fabric for if we may need it for something, and I'm sure we will.
There's more than enough. And
Like, you could fashion something out of just the sleeve of the robe for a goblin
Yeah.
if it's made for a stone giant.
Yeah.
Just be glad Mongo wasn't there. He would have made this situation 100 times worse.
so you start working your way back up to Upper Crest, and you're just thankful of, like, thank God this didn't happen up there.
For real. Thought I
First,
am
there would
not
have been
angry at
censor
you.
bars,
And you did not know the customs of this town as it's different
and then there would have been a beat.
from Willowfall. Just while you're within the city, doesn't matter which part, you cannot walk around in a loincloth.
In some goblin culture, once every while, we all gather together and take off clothes in exchange.
Exchange what?
In exchange for...
We trade each other clothes.
Huh.
I thought that was going somewhere else entirely. The internet
Huh.
has ruined me.
That's different.
It is considered Day of Gift of the Great Affection for Fellow Goblin of Happiness and Exchange.
Hey, bud.
That's actually really cute.
Hey, bud.
That was going somewhere else entirely, and I am sorry.
Are you really?
A little bit.
So you guys are together.
So yeah, do you want to come with?
Do you have the thing you want to give to Mongo?
Yes, that's right. There is something else I need you to take a look at.
You eventually go to get to Cog to talk to her.
Okay.
Pull out the quill and such.
And you
belong
use-
to correct? Yes.
yeah.
It is magical in nature. Sermir gave it to me, and I don't know how I feel about that. But I feel like you might know more about this than I would.
Yeah, I'll take my time, do the identify ritual. It's gonna take a while, so I don't know if you want to stick around for it. Got anything?
Would you be able to do it if we were riding atop Feisties back towards the mid-crest to get her some barbecue?
That you know that's the worst
That
idea.
would be a very bad idea.
Okay.
had a traumatic experience.
Well, we can look at it later if it
I
helps.
full of thought. Well, you can go grab your things, and I can just stay here and identify it.
You sure you don't want to come with?
Yeah, I'll be all right.
All right. I'll go ahead and you want me to bring back anything for you?
As a matter of fact, now I got to find out exactly which. There's a potion I was going to get, but I got to find out exactly which one first.
So you're able to go in and talk to Cog.
Yes.
Send me a list.
Sorry to bug you, Cog, again.
I literally have to go through and find it. And that'll
You
take
are
a
a
while.
noble. You're free to barge in whenever you want and boss me around.
Well, I'm not intending to boss you around, and if you have something you need to do, and you don't have a few minutes for a couple questions, just say so,
I've
please.
had to set aside this time because you requested a meeting with me.
But in future reference, you can just give me a time, okay? Please?
And you see a gnome walk by and went, and they're like, that's not a protocol for someone of your status.
Cog, we're friends. Or I think you as a friend. Hopefully you can think me as a friend.
That is fair, Nikolai. But there are still protocols and processes that I have to abide by that are law.
I hate this shit.
So, what is it that you need?
Well, you spent a lot of time working with my father, and you knew about the workshop, which
I assume you're working on the Identify.
you knew about the workshop in the Tinkers Guild, which is actually way more than a workshop. I was wondering if you know of any of the other locations where he had the shops. Because it's very important that I get to these locations.
I know of at least 5 other locations that have been reported. We can get those for you on documentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything I can do for you? Since, I've disrupted your time and have requested assistance. What can I do for you?
I don't mean to sound rude, sir,
Stop that, please.
but the sooner you leave, the sooner I can get back to my business.
Okay.
And as she's walking into the door to kick your ass out of here, she's like, thank you for stopping in. Next time, just stop in to say hi.
That's what I was really intending to do. I just, is Cog available? That's all I asked.
Add as a friend to it next time, not just available, because those that are working with me assume that it is of noble nature.
Many people know this shit. Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bless you. Alright, Tom. You get to the upper crest with Fought, and everybody's still looking at it a bit weird because there's this very strangely dressed, odd-looking goblin with you that looks nothing like a noble of any kind. It's the strangest, you have Hugh, which is dressed like an actual noble at this point. A very relaxed noble, and you have this goblin walking with you, and they're like... And you get a few whispers of, are they showing the goblin of the upper crest and what it's all about? And going back and forth, a few people are just, giving you really strange looks. This one lady's she's walking in your direction, she's and huffs and starts walking off in another direction.
Racist bitch.
I'm just gonna make in a very horse-like fashion, the loudest snort in her general direction. Instead of outright yelling, "Go fuck yourself, cunt."
And Fodd's oblivious to this at this point. He doesn't understand anything. He's off in his own happy little land.
Yes, these robes are temporary until he can be outfitted appropriately.
And he probably doesn't have to wear so many religious symbols
Yeah.
because he's actually kind of bent forward a little bit because he literally put on all the ones that he could comfortably.
Yeah. I'm gonna work on that.
Yeah. So you put it down and you start to do the identify spell and roll an Arcana for me.
It's like, why?
Or not. 9.
Damn, Tom. A wizard that can't wizard.
Do you want to use any of your items that will actually boost that or re-roll that?
No, not just yet.
Sure, it is an item of correct yeses.
It's kind of important, dude. But yeah.
Yeah, alright, I'll burn the,
Necklace.
yeah.
You know what you should do, Tom? You should try to
So,
turn
Tom,
everything into making a drink.
as you hold on to the necklace, it just shatters. I'm just kidding.
That meow though.
It was perfectly timed, Sparta. Thank you.
Well, I rolled that shitty that even the necklace can't fucking help.
You
Even
focus
help,
on
it
this
breaks.
item after you create your circle.
I'll add the taking 10 or 20 to it
Yeah.
because it's correct,
And
yes.
you focus on this, and you're pulled into the actual item. And the quill itself is it's the memory.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
And
It's a bad
the
joke.
quill itself is magical in nature, and you can't discern what kind of magic it is.
It's fucking bard magic, so.
Yeah, but you're pulled into the memory that is tied to this, and with your connection to correct yes or Crier Bell, the connection is tied to you. And you see Crier Bell at a bench by himself with his quills and such. And has a candle there, and he puts the quill on it, and he looks at the document, and you see him moving a bit. It's much more fluid, and you see him dressed in these elegant bard clothes. That he was very much a person of status. And he looks at the paper, and he crosses his arms. He's like, I know. I shall write the best stories about the children and their adventures, and be there to tell their glorious adventures just like the parents.
Oh, fuck. Damn. Why do you beat up on Tom so much?
He went poking his nose.
I'm sorry I asked you to identify this. Fuck.
And
No,
he's
you should have. For sure.
And he writes down on this scroll. He starts writing on this scroll. To Nika and Yurik, I shall watch the experiments of your children and document the wondrous creations that they do. When you are not available, they shall be grand. To Sigurd and Ithos, I'm sure your child will follow in the light of Bahamut, and I will document their ascension much like you. As for Brigida and Havlar, their legend will be already told by the druids. You're right over there, bud? For Maggie and Jewel, for your child, well, they will be a wizard savant of some sort, and I will have to make their adventures that much more grandiose. I promise this to you that I will be there by their sides to document how wondrous that they will be and grow in your names. And you see him writing out very elegantly this note. And he takes it and he rolls it up. You're right there, Tom.
No.
And you find yourself back in the room.
Gotta stop that fucking shit. God.
Correct. Yes, went insane trying to find all the children, as he promised. Oh.
Yeah, I think Mongo's just gonna break down and cry for a little while.
Noodle walks up, holds up a handkerchief.
Yeah, no, getting a handkerchief and Noodle.
And you reach up and you start to wipe your eyes with a handkerchief, and you realize it's
Oh,
the
God
prank.
damn it!
It's the prank handkerchief.
Ew.
He got you.
Ew. Ew.
Where are you off to, Nikolai?
Yeah, where was it? I was just gonna go to the bank.
Okay.
Check the balance. Because Meatball in the Sky paid us. I want to know what it is. And if it's plenty of money, I'm just gonna go get that fucking tool.
Okay.
Which one?
I'm getting
The one that I
Feisty,
can give
some
plans
barbecue.
to, and it'll.
some
Oh, yeah,
much
no, you
deserved
should totally get
barbecue. And I'm gonna try and find a shop that sells like jewels, jewelry, and stuff like that.
You do find a stall that sells barbecue, and it's a newly set up stall. And you approach, and you see a lizard folk that could probably stand head and shoulder over a stone giant.
Oh.
That's scary.
And they're built like a crocodile, and you can see that they have like spines almost, and they lean over their thing and they look down at you. And they tilt their head a little bit, and they're like,
Hello.
I do say you're looking for some mighty fine barbecue. Perhaps some loxodon?
That's fucked up.
Is it? Know about that. I'm also looking for this one here. I pat Feisty. Right.
I got something special for that one, and you will love it. And they come back and they set down these ribs, and there's no way you can carry them, and you're like, what the fuck are those from?
What is that?
Rare export. Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Which one?
Do I even know what that is?
No, you've never heard this thing.
What the
I'm
fuck's
gonna just
a
say
dinosaur?
it's a Spinosaurus. That's what I'm gonna go
What
with.
is that exactly? If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? I've never seen a lizard folk so huge before.
He just
Thunder
lets out
lizard
this.
folk.
He just lets out this hearty laugh, and you can feel it in your chest, like the rumble of it.
God. That would be
Following.
terrifying.
I'm from the far plains, little lizard gem.
Never heard of it. I'll have to look into that. How much?
He just gauges you and he looks back at Feisty. Looks back to you. 10 gold pieces. It's a steal.
I'll put down one platinum.
And
I'm
before
thinking like something like this big for 10 gold.
before you can see you just place the coin there, it's gone.
Oop. Well, Feisty,
Take and go.
thank you. What was your name?
Rish.
Right, thank you. Well, here you go, Feisty, as promised.
Feisty goes up, grabs the bow, and it just hits the ground, and she just starts dragging, and everybody just starts scattering away, like, what the fuck?
Climb up onto her back. Let's go find that other shop.
And there's a couple of guards standing there, they're like, first the naked goblin, now a fucking cat.
The dinosaur eating cat.
What the fuck is going on in the market today?
Just making my way to my
And,
next destination.
They're like, I bet you 1 silver piece. That's not the weirdest thing we're going to see today. And there's just like Feisty like rolls it over, so it's just the bone just grating across the tile, and so the meat doesn't get ruined, and just dragging it along.
Yeah.
Let's,
Let her eat the food first.
yeah,
Jeez.
let's find a spot where we can sit Feisty, because it's kind of making a mess.
There's a lot of people just like scattering away, like, what the fuck's going on?
Find a place for her and I sit down. I'm gonna cut a little piece off to try this.
Oh, it is gamey and as fuck, but boy, does it melt in your mouth.
That's really good. Dinosaur, huh? Well, the rest is all yours, Feisty. Pats.
Still feeling the trauma ward over there?
That hurt. Fuck, that hurt.
Is there a gray cloak anywhere nearby?
Yeah.
Approach them. I'm looking for a gem shop or a jewelry shop or something like that. Do you know of one around here?
They turn around and look around, they're like, I think I saw one that way.
Thank you. And pay them their due. Their information, and let Feisty finish before heading off over there.
So you take Fought to... where are you taking Fought to?
Definitely gonna keep those bones
Because
though.
he said he was talking about Kippa, so I'd be taking him to the upper crest, as I would think that'd be where he was going.
Yeah.
Since he just got here.
He has no idea where he's going, and he's Fought.
Yeah. I would
You got
assume
message,
he would
got this
need to
far.
go to the upper crest to speak to Queen Kippa to announce his status. So
Yeah.
I'd be taking him because that'd just be the smartest thing.
Announce to the Empress.
Yes.
Here's your religious
Yeah,
leader.
you get to Kippa and you
Right.
head in, and she's have to wait a little bit of time because she's finished up in a meeting, and she's like, and she just looks happy. She's like, Fought. Why is Fought dressed?
There was a mishap in the market. He didn't know he could travel in his robes. So he was in a loincloth.
And a gray
And I
cloak
found him.
walks past and hands Kippa something and walks back out. And she opens, rolls, and she just tosses it in the fire.
Cupid just got a report of Feisty.
The husband is causing yet another disturbance in the marketplace with Feisty.
What?
I just bought Feisty some food that she deserved.
I mean, what kind of did cause the
Oh,
disturbance?
I heard.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
I wanted to bring him up here because I assumed he did not know where he needed to go, due to his new status. So I thought I would bring him up here.
Fod looks around. Wait, Fod has new stuff. Kip was like, Fod, yes. You're a religious advisor. And Fod passes out, and all the things go gliding off in different directions.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That's
The other
the first time Cayenne has ever seen him faint.
I just imagine a big, huge smile on his face.
All I see from the fainting is just the ears still have a flap. They just
Eyes roll back.
flap against the floor. I'm
Razor teeth, mouth opens.
No, he fell forward.
That's what I'm saying. His face hits and then his ears flap delayed after. Oh.
So, with that,
Fine.
we're going to go ahead and call it a night because we're well past due. I did want to run a longer session tonight, so
Well, holy shit, we did run long.
yeah.
I have no complaints.
I know you basically have turned back into a vampire, so.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and call it here for the night. And, yeah, we'll see you next week. What an interesting session this was.
Real. All of the pressure.
Lots of stuff to digest this session, and we'll see how it plays out next week. Ironically, the druid gave you a week, and that's when we return back.
Yep.
Cool. So we have a week of more stuff to do.
No.
Oh,
No, I'm just joking.
Oh,
On
okay.
the irony of the timing of that. But we are done for the night. We would like to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us for this session.
Definitely.
And we will see you
Always.
next week. Have a good night. Safe travels throughout the weeks. And be merry.
Good night.
Don't forget to share with peoples and have a great night.
Yeah. Tell your
Yeah.
friends.